Hello. Hold two. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Gentlemen standing in front, I would request everyone please to settle down. We are about to start our program. Assalamu alaikum, and a very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, industry leaders, cybersecurity professionals, technology experts, speakers, panelists, delegates, partners, and friends. I am your host, Mirza Asad Hussain, for today. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to INFOSEC 2026, a platform that brings together the brightest minds and most influential voices from the world of information security, cybersecurity, digital transformation, banking, and technology. I think a lot of credit goes to Total Communications, Faisal Saab and his team for pulling amazing and supreme leaders from the world of cybersecurity under one roof. I think we should give them a big round of applause for his efforts. And this is 18th INFOSEC conference they have been doing for last 18 years. As cyber threats, before I move on, I would like to say thanks to all our sponsors because आप लोग सब जानते हैं कि sponsors के बगैर कोई भी event जो है वो possible नहीं होता. But a special and a humble thanks goes out to our main exclusive sponsor, Reuters. Please, उनके लिए भी एक round of applause हो जाए. I know it's early morning. I'm asking a lot from you. But it would be great अगर energy room में अच्छी रहेगी, so the program will go nicely. As cyber threats evolve at an unprecedented pace and artificial intelligence continues to reshape both the offensive and defensive sides of cybersecurity, today's conversations are more important than ever. We have an exciting agenda ahead, featuring thought-provoking keynote addresses, insightful presentations, engaging fireside chat conversations, and high-level panel discussions. On behalf of the organizers, I thank each and every one of you for joining us and making this gathering a truly distinguished occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's officially begin the 18th INFOSEC Conference 2026. To formally welcome our distinguished guests and participants, I'm pleased to invite Mr. Kashif Alam Khan, President, ISACA Karachi Chapter. Can we have Mr. Kashif on the stage, please? Please give him a big round of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. जनाब फैसल रहीम साहब, मोहतरमा जहां आरा साहिबा, reputable speakers and panelists, respected community leaders, fellow professionals and distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of ISACA Karachi chapter, it is indeed an honor and great pleasure to welcome you today at the 18th Information Security Conference 2026. The cyber security landscape isn't just changing, it's accelerating. From AI-driven exploits to shifting geopolitical fronts, the wait and see approach is officially dead. It is now time for proactive action, and having the right strategy is now the key to survival. The big question, how do organizations and people survive and thrive in the new age of AI-enabled cyber attacks? First things first, I think there is going to be a crisis of authenticity because in the near future, AI stops being a tool hackers use and becomes the attacker itself. Hear me out. We are entering the era of autonomous cyber operations. So that means instead of human manually exploiting your systems, adversaries would define an objective and hand command to AI agent, an agile agent, if you will, and that agent is specifically designed and enabled to do the rest. Vulnerabilities and go to extensive means to gain access, exfiltrate data, and disrupt operations. A specially designed AI agent will be able to chain minor vulnerabilities into major breaches, rewrite their own logic in real time, and adopt faster than traditional detection systems. And that is going to break the old defender advantage because the most immediate effect and quite terrifying isn't technical, it's psychological. We are going to see a situation wherein clones and deepfakes are going to become flawless. Flawless voice, flawless video, flawless tone, flawless context. How do you defend against all of that? Expect deepfake powered fraud and influence operations to surge. And that's where we would hit a wall with traditional security thinking because the CIA triad of confidentiality, integrity, availability assumes that what you are seeing is real. But when identities, voices, and faces can all be fabricated perfectly, we need a new pillar to add to our CIA triad. And I think we should add the pillar of authenticity to become the fourth foundational pillar of cybersecurity. Yes, in the digital world, we need to implement digital trust. Can we verify who is really speaking? Can we prove what is real? Can we trust signals at machine speed? And of course, defending this is going to require things like AI-driven behavioral detection. Yes, we are going to have to fight AI with AI and practice stricter zero trust enforcement. Yes, I know some people say zero trust is a buzzword, but hear me out. And of course, we are going to need identity-centric security at every single layer of the enterprise because its face, agentic AI, is soon become like a powerful car without any seat belt. A number of organizations today are deploying agentic AI with autonomous systems that make decisions and execute tasks with minimal human oversight. It's got huge potential, but there is also an equally incredible risk with such systems. Without the right governance, agentic AI is going to introduce things like unpredictable behavior. Without governance, there is a loss of accountability with users saying, I did it. It's AI did it. And of course, it will enable new attack surfaces. So right now, looking forward, security leaders aren't going to just be protecting systems. They are going to be setting the rules for our digital decision spaces. Accordingly, we need clear AI governance frameworks with transparency, auditability, and controls around ethical use of AI by organizations. We have got to bake security into the very design of the AI lifecycle. It's not optional, it's something we have to do. Dear participants, I know we are starting with lots of questions in our minds today, but we have a packed agenda today and top experts to help us answer these questions. I am incredibly passionate about the Cyber Security 2030 today. During the session, our distinguished cybersecurity leaders will provide insight over how autonomous AI agents will shift us from reactive monitoring to proactive, self-healing cyber defense. The roadmap for organizations to transition from basic automation to a truly agentic SOC over the next 4 years, and the critical balance between human expertise and machine autonomy to ensure we step ahead of modern adversaries. The journey to 2030 is already underway, and the organizations that embrace autonomous defense today are the ones that will outpace the adversaries tomorrow. I would specifically like to invite our female colleagues to come forward and take their rightful place to lead cybersecurity agendas. ISACA Karachi chapter is committed to diversity, equality, and inclusion, and our current board comprises of 25% female directors, including Zainab, Seema, and Sapna. This year, there is a gap in the event. However, in the future, we will work with our partners and sponsors to make this event more inclusive. ISACA Karachi chapter will be holding monthly webinars, and I would like to invite each of you to come forward and use our platform to share your knowledge, experiences, and thoughts on future of IT, IS, and cybersecurity to create an impact. In the end, I would like to thank Total Communications for organizing this event. Our guest speakers, thanks to all our partners, sponsors, panelists, and especially you all participants, and hope that you will have a great time networking and knowledge sharing today. I am especially thankful to my daughter who has joined me in the audience today to witness this event and learn something from here. From my school days, whenever we have a speech or debate competitions around science topics, this one poetry unit of Allama Muhammad Iqbal was one of the most fascinating, and I believe it remains today. आँख जो कुछ देखती है लब पे आ सकता नहीं, महवे हैरत हूँ कि दुनिया क्या से क्या हो जाएगी. Thank you.
Thank you, Kashyap Saab, for setting the tone for the rest of the day. Every day we listen कि AI use करें, prompt engineering आ गई है. But again, the question is कितना AI use करें और कितना कोई भी organization उस AI को use करने का इजाज़त देगी. Because the more you use AI, आपका environment उतना ही expose भी हो जाता है. So our next segment is actually a very interesting segment, and it's a fireside chat. And the topic is, you can't ban it, so secure it. Governing AI without killing productivity. For this, I would like to invite Mr. Ashraf Faisal Khan, Chief Executive Officer, Comtel Systems LLC, and Mr. Kashif Haq, Country General Manager, Cisco. Gentlemen, we invite you to join us for this important conversation. Just a humble request, we are really strict and on the agenda. So whatever the time we have given, please try to wrap it up your conversation in it. Thank you.
यार वो अस्सलाम वालेकुम. वो बचपन में सर्कस में आते थे ना, तो वो जादू वाला स्टिक और हैट आता था, उसका हम वेट कर रहे हैं. वो अब तक पहुंच जाए तो वी विल इंशाल्लाह स्टार्ट सून. यार ये अगर मैं पिक्चर से लग रहा हूँ तो ये मैं ही हूँ, सिर्फ कोई 1990s होगा मेरे ख्याल में। हमारी भी दाढ़ी चेंज होगी।
Assalamualaikum. Sorry for the delay, guys. Kashif, you're going to use the mic or you're going to use that?
Pick one.
You can take that one. So I'll be a little more mobile. So first of all, thank you very much for being here. So we have 15 minutes, and we've already been told we need to be quick on the agenda. I'll just start with Kashif. Kashif, can you just introduce yourself for the audience here? I'm sure a lot of people know you. So just to bring in the experience which you carry.
Thank you, Asher. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Kashif ul Haq. इसी तस्वीर के आसपास. I've been with Cisco for about 10-11 years, managing Pakistan and Afghanistan for now. What else?
Perfect. So you worked with system integrators as well in the past?
Yeah, we do have obviously 30-40 partners across the country who are managing customer environments. The focus obviously is on AI and security, so we have been managing AI and security since it has been around.
So, so coming on the topic straight, right? So when we talk about AI, like everyone is talking about AI and how AI is impacting the real world right now. So you as one of the largest infrastructure company in the world, and most probably the largest in security as well, how do you see and what threats do you see when we talk about AI?
Yeah, they go. So our concept generally is कि हाँ माइक आ जाए तो ज़्यादा अच्छा है. यार एक और अगर माइक दे दो हैंडल. खैर. What was I saying? So AI perspective say there is a lot of enterprise in Pakistan that are doing something, right? Everybody is thinking. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. So there are a lot of people, organizations as well as at the individual level, there is a lot of AI work that is being done, right? There is an all of every organization that has invested anything in last couple of years on AI, even though the cost has increased, but they are still trying to invest into AI to see what would be the benefits that they are trying to get. कुछ चंद कदम आगे हैं, कुछ चंद कदम पीछे हैं. But at the end of the day, I think everybody is looking to invest into AI. The problem with AI is while we are thinking of AI, we are not too much considering on securing AI. So there is a lot of information. There are two parts of it. One part is securing what you know. That I think some organizations are doing a great job at it. And there is a secondary problem to it, which is securing what you don't know. So for instance, AI there is a lot of chatbots and other things that people are using. So you have to differentiate within your organization what your public information is and what's your private information. So whatever your public information is has to stay public, and whatever your private information is has to stay private. Besides somebody in your organization going and dumping your private information onto a chatbot or an AI tool, whatever they are trying to use, is a issue, right? Is a serious issue. Besides that, imagine one of the developers that has a code for an application. To test it out or for quality assurance purposes, he takes that hard-coded and he dumps it somewhere onto one of the AI tools. That information is going to go away. While most of the chatbots do not give credit card numbers or anything else, but it's still a question. So I have seen an incident where it took a person 36 tries for an AI tool to give him a credit card number with CVC. 36 is not a big number, If there is a money at the end of the day, I can probably sit on a chatbot and spend that 36 times. That raises a concern. Besides that, I think the biggest concern is you need to embrace AI. The problems that you know, you can handle. The problems you don't know, you cannot handle. That's our perspective in that sense.
So that's an interesting perspective when you've talked about, right? So one thing you have stated is that AI will be used, no matter if you have access to it, if it's secure or not secure. So one thing which we could get out of that conversation is that you can't stop AI, right? Everyone will eventually end up using AI. Secondly, the other point which you have raised is that the different information which is going on the cloud, and one of the information which you talked about is how people use it for coding these days. What you're doing is you're essentially putting up all your code on AI to actually write another code or do a Q&A around it. And you've talked about how it can impact in terms of security as well. So when we talk about this scenario, we're talking about mostly cloud-based AI, right? So when we talk about AI and securing it, what's your perspective between on-cloud AI and on-prem AI? How do you think organizations can leverage, especially enterprise sector, between the two? What's your thought around that?
So, ये जो debate है ना between cloud versus on-prem, and now we have started with another magic word which is called severance cloud. Yeah, I think, and my personal view and our Cisco as a professional view, I think it is the same. It hasn't changed since 15 years ago, which is that you will always have a hybrid environment in your infrastructure. It's going to be a mix of private and public cloud, which means on-prem and cloud. Now, उस cloud में आप severance cloud use कर रहे हैं या नहीं कर रहे, that's a debate that has to a greater extent, has to happen internally. As an example, for banks, State Bank released KR Cloud, आप use कर सकते हैं to a certain extent. That window is growing to what applications you can use and what you can not use. I think AI में that debate has not changed, right? The biggest problem, the biggest differentiator in using cloud on an AI environment versus on-prem, I think the biggest factor that has sort of unfortunately has come in is the cost. In the last 12 months, cost of RAM and cache and everything else has increased drastically, and because of that, I think a lot of enterprises, at least the SME sector, is deciding whether they should invest into this cost or not. Right? I do think it is an enterprise decision to use on-prem versus cloud. It hasn't changed much, especially for the bigger enterprises. It's going to be the same thing. They have to decide internally as a policy what parts they are going to be using on the cloud and what parts are going to be on-prem. There are pros and cons to both of them. But it's an internal debate more than external, I think.
Interesting. So when we talk about on-prem, you're saying the cost has gone up because of the RAM prices, the storage and all that. And of course, we have seen that as well. At least I think it's like 400, 500% at times when you're talking about that. Secondly, I think it's even the availability and regulations to have those GPUs in some of the countries as well, because some of the countries have embargoes and there's some.
I think GPU-wise, we have in recent, I think we are one of the ones that have the most number of GPUs across the country deployed. And I think we have seen regulatory issues to a very limited extent. We have not faced a lot of issues with at least the regular cards, infrastructure-wise.
Okay. So just coming back to the same point, when we talk about on-prem and off-prem on the cloud, so cost is a bigger factor as well in deciding, and even in terms of the policy of the enterprise itself. For example, if it's a bank, they will have a different policy. If it's a different enterprise sector vertical, so they might have a different policy, how they look at on-prem and off-cloud AI. You brought in an interesting point, sovereign cloud. So we're all hearing about Sky 47, the first sovereign AI-built data center in Pakistan. So when we talk about the sovereign cloud, it's different from an enterprise perspective, right? It takes us to a country level policy in terms of how the country looks like. So how do you see the sovereign cloud coming in Pakistan, and
So-
what do you think the major impact would be?
So there are not one. There are other data centers within Pakistan as well that are also providing sovereign cloud infrastructure, right? How do I see it? I think let's see it. I think let's see it over next 12 to 18 months how it turns out to be. So I think there is a part of it which is very important, which is providing the right service level to the customer. Whichever data center will be able to provide the right level of service to the customer is going to, I think, do very well. I don't know which one it's going to be, but I think we have to see next 12 to 18 months how it turns out to be.
Interesting. So now we have talked about a little, people are looking at on-prem, on the cloud. There are some regulations or policies which might be there. So what do you think is the key areas? How can we secure that, right? So how will it actually work? Because you represent one of the largest infrastructure company in the world. How do you see securing an AI-based environment?
So, and you have known me for almost 20 years now, and we are still friends, sort of. So last 20 years, from a security point of view, my perspective has always been the same, which is security is not an application or a tool, it's a posture, right? So within the organization, you have to manage 360 degrees of that posture. It's about training people, it's about awareness, it's about talking to your customers as well, not our customers, but for example, for bank to talk to their customers as well, account holders, to make sure that posture is being managed. I don't think we are far from it. It's exactly the same. So I'll give you an example. One of the enterprises here in Karachi we went to, and they were having some Wi-Fi issues. And we wanted to see what the core problem is. So we have these signal gathering tools, right? You have it too. So we put that on, walk around the organization to see how many signals are being generated for Wi-Fi. You would be surprised, there were at least 370 on one floor. So there were, and some of them being LEA, the other ones, probably 350, 360 of them, were being generated by tools, dongles, other Wi-Fi devices, which are not approved by the corporate, right? So they do not come under corporate policy. I think that's a serious threat to your infrastructure. I think that's a serious threat to your organization as a brand image as well, where you have people sitting inside your organization but not using your corporate network and infrastructure, all right? I think that's a serious issue. That's one of them. The second of them obviously is keeping in mind so when ChatGPT and others started to come up, what Cisco did was they took call it circuit, which is another overlay based on ChatGPT. And we took this to every employee in Cisco worldwide and said, instead of you trying to download ChatGPT and use it, you use it on your phone or your laptop or your other devices, but at least it is being controlled by Cisco. When Claude came in, we gave access to, we were one of the organizations who gave Claude access to global employees to make sure that yaar, jo data back and forth ho raha hai, is in our control rather than Claude's control. I think organizations need to start thinking differently. It is not कि अगर आप खड़े हो के ये कहें कि यार मेरी organization में ये 30 बंदा जो है ना ये AI tool है या app use कर रहा है. It's not true. Everybody is using it. Now whether they are using it on the corporate network or not, that's a different discussion, right? So if they are not using it on a corporate network, how do you control them? To make sure your data, look, we used to, जब हम पढ़े लिखे थे, तो हम DLP use करते थे. Today, two types of DLPs exist, and both of them do not cater for AI data leakages. because that technically is not a leakage, right? It's somebody intentionally putting a data onto a tool to get some results. So it's technically not a leak. Those two do not cover it. You need to figure out how to do it. I think it's just, we are back to the basics, which is you need to know it's not a question about fixing something that you don't know. So the first step is to increase your observation within the organization of what is actually happening within the organization. The second you know, you can fix, right? May that be by training people, increasing your posture, or deploying different applications. But to that stage, you need to know what's happening in your infrastructure.
Interesting. So the points which you have raised are very interesting. So coming back to the security basics, right? Because we have been dealing with security for a long time. So the main thing you've raised over there is the visibility. If you can see what information is going
100%.
as an organization, then you can apply your policies and you can see what is going there or not. Second point which you have raised is very interesting, that everyone is using AI. Either they know it or not. Simple example is you go to Google these days, you put any query over there, it automatically goes into an AI mode and it runs a query based on AI. So knowingly and unknowingly, everyone is using AI. The third point which you have raised is sort of a technology or a solution perspective, like in DLP, where the technology can come in later. If you can see what's going on, you can actually put up some policies and enforce it around it.
I agree. So from securing enterprise to securing AI, the basics do not change. The basics are exactly the same, which is if you are able to document everything that happens within the enterprise, or at least you know, not document, that's probably a wrong word, but as long as you know, you can secure it. And that does not mean spending more money to secure it. Your existing applications and infrastructure are creating a posture. You just build on them. But it's very important for you to know. So just going back to it, I know we are very close to the end of it. So Cisco invested about $30 billion onto Splunk, and we acquired Splunk. And we moved a lot of observation layer, you know that, into Splunk to create a bigger observation for you. It's an observatory layer, which what it does, it tells you exactly what's happening in your infrastructure at an enterprise level. And once you know, then you are able to secure it, right?
Yep. So because we're almost out of time, one last question, and primarily to you being leading Cisco, what's the biggest trend of AI you see in next 3 to 5 years?
That's a very interesting question.
Short answer.
I don't know if AI even knows what is going to happen in 3 to 5 years. I think we are going to grow. I think all of us are going to mature using AI. I think we are going through a phase of very immature AI expansion and acceleration. I think that's going to correct itself over the next 3 to 5 years. Probably 3 to 5 years is a big time. I think in the next 12 to 18 months, it's going to change a lot. The way we look at things. I think, so as of right now, I think you see AI in one place or another, in one phase or another phase, in anything that you do today. I think that's going to change drastically in the next 12 to 18 months. Everything that you do.
Perfect, thanks. So with that, I would like to thank Kashif for his valuable insights. Thank you very much for listening to this. I hope there was some interesting points which has been raised by.
I hope we can add some value to it. Yeah. I know all the CISOs that are out in the room, I think it's a very tough job for you. Javed bhai, it's a very tough job for CISOs next couple of years to come. They can belly bhi bajana shuru.
Kashif, once again, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks,
thank you very much, guys.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashok Saab and Kashif Saab for this great discussion. Moving on, The cybersecurity battlefield is changing. AI is giving attackers new capabilities, new speed, and new ways to scale their operations. But has the defensive side of cybersecurity evolved at the same pace? Our next session asks an important question. AI has changed the attacker. Has it changed the defender? I think this is a very important topic for today, क्योंकि जितना AI एडवांस हो गया अटैकर के लिए, क्या ही उतना एडवांस डिफेंस सिस्टम के लिए भी हुआ है कि नहीं? So, for this, I would like to invite Mirza Asrar Beg, founder and CEO CTM 360, for his valuable insights on the stage. Can we have Mr. Mirza Asrar Beg on the stage? Please give him a big round of applause to Mr. Mirza Asrar Beg.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and good morning to you all. I'm honored to have this opportunity and to come and give a talk about my views. But before I start my talk, I just want to mention something with Kashif Alam Saab mentioned in his that he specifically said that the time of wait and see is dead. Very right. Time of wait and see is dead. Then second, I wanted to comment on Kashif from Cisco. When he was having the fireside chat with Ashar right now, there was a point they were discussing on that how it is evolving, and they wanted to discuss about the part of the cloud and prem. So I want to give a humble comment on that. Thinking about on-prem, in my humble view, is dead. There is no choice. Everything has to be cloud, number one. And that brings me to a small example of my own personal experience. 20 years back, there was mobile phones with a camera were introduced. They were very new. I was living and operating in Saudi Arabia. I bought one of those new mobile phones with a camera in it, and I flew into Riyadh from Dubai. And at the airport, I was told these phones are not allowed. So fast forward today, 20 years on, everybody, child, everyone has the smartphones, and they all have cameras on it. We can think of restrictions in a manner where it looks like it is a privacy issue or things, but it does not happen, it does not continue. So let me go to my talk. AI has evolved and the pace of AI has changed dramatically, but maybe it is not being realized the way it is going on. I want to just say about one part where I hope the slides move. It's not functioning. So maybe I need to be closer on this side to talk. So this thing which happened, the announcement by Anthropic on Mythos, made everybody really change their thinking about AI. It is not that this introduction should have changed it. It was already there, but when this thing came up, that they have an AI engine which can find vulnerabilities in an application. But that was already there. They were building an AI system which was specifically for coding, and in that coding, they built in the piece where it will self-analyze itself, and at that stage, they realized that they can use it for hacking as well. But that is not so much of a worry if you try to understand what is the difference between AI and AGI, artificial intelligence and artificial general intelligence. These are two different things. Artificial intelligence is a sort of a vertical focus. It is not general purpose. AGI is not yet there, which is a general purpose. When that comes in, then yes, it will be a very big worry that then machines can actually think on their own and can hack. But something did happen. About 10 days back, you may have seen the news that there was so much about OpenAI. OpenAI was conducting a test in a sandbox. And that sandbox AI piece which they were working on went outside the sandbox and hacked a computer. And the headlines were, AI went rogue. That's wrong again. AI is not rogue. AI did not go rogue. The right headline was, how OpenAI lost control of an AI model. What you need to understand is, AI or a machine will not do something bad. It's not built for doing something bad. It's us who don't use it rightly. If we don't put in the guardrails, what does that mean? The literal mindedness has to be understood about AI. AI is like an autistic genius. If you say to AI, take a leap of faith, it will go look for the mountain to jump from. So what happened was, in that case, they did not put in the right guardrails. So it is on humans to put in the right guardrails, and then AI will act accordingly. Yes, AGI will be slightly different, but still you would require guardrails. Not yet our problem, but in the future it will become our problem. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mirza Asrar Beg. I'm the CEO and founder of CTM360. If anybody wants to connect with me, they can scan this QR code and connect with me on LinkedIn. I started my business long time back in 1984 selling personal computers in Saudi Arabia, because I graduated from a computer science university in Saudi Arabia. And I'm in security business since 1997. Why? Because I noticed I wanted to do something different, and 97 was the time when internet was coming in the Arab world, and I saw viruses coming in, and I said, okay, that's the next big thing, and I wanted to be doing that, and I'm still doing it for now. And one thing is not changed in security from the time when I started working on security in 97 to now is security is always an afterthought. We don't think of security in the beginning, and that needs to change. And that's where the problem is, not the AI part. Yes, AI is being used by hackers. There are many variations of AI being used by hackers, not from today, from some time back now. And it is accelerating a lot. AI clone and deepfake is, I think, what everybody may have seen already or have been a victim to for some times, because you will receive ads and things which are all bogus and fake. Hyper-personalized phishing is already there. We see now banks, because I provide these services across the globe. There are banks specifically in Indonesia now facing 1,000 phish attacks a day. And there are hyper-personalized phish attacks, and then one phish link goes to just one customer of theirs. It has obviously allowed the scammers and hackers to sit back and use also agents to do all the work. But let's go across that. Let's think of what else should we be worried about. What is a bigger threat than AI, privacy, and the hackers using AI? The bigger threat is us being scared of AI and not using it. AI is there, we need to leverage from it. We are not realizing at the moment the way we are leveraging from AI or trying to understand AI, we are losing a lot. We are going away from where the world is heading to. To understand that perspective, I just want to have a look at this slide. You all know, over the last 40 years, so many of the gadgets we had, be it a phone, the old style phone, be it a video camera, be it a scientific calculator, and so many more. Everything And even personal computers, which were there from 30, 40 years back, we have a much more powerful device in our hand called smartphone. So it took 40 years for this technology to evolve to the level where we are, where so much of and we had enough time at that we were able to adopt our lives around it. What is happening now? AI is actually one of the fastest, which has been around in a manner where if you look at cellular phones, it took them 50 years to go to masses. If you look at internet, it took about 25 years to come in the hands of masses. If you look at smartphone, it still took about 15 years to come into the hand of masses. But AI, in 3 years, is in the hand of masses. The problem is not that the AI is there, the problem is that we don't know how to leverage from it. These are just the numbers which I took from some reports that how much of the AI is being used. Although AI is now in more than 6 billion people have the capability that if they know about it, they can leverage and transform. By the way, there is a big difference between using technology to optimize or using technology to transform. Most of the time, almost all the time, technology is being used to optimize. So 20 years back, when ATM machines were introduced, it was just an optimization, that you were removing the teller and making a machine do the same thing. It wasn't transformation. And that is the big difference, which should be realized today, that us as a community, as a country, or majority of the country, how much of the people are transforming, or are they just optimizing? Why? Because this is what I call the big digital divide. There is a big digital divide happening at this very moment. There is a small group of people, if you see there, only 1% who are mature in using AI for transformation. That's only 1%. 99% of the rest of the world is not yet doing that. So that 1% is now controlling the world. Anthropic, they are part of that 1%. And a few more, that's all. They are doing the digital transformation. And that's where the big worry was there by even the father of AI, or people like Elon Musk. They made a warning that we should stop. Why? Because this divide will put us into a chaos. And then they said we can't stop because everybody has to stop together, and that did not happen. So now the race is on. That 40 years, what happened over 40 years, will happen, because there was this Kashif from Cisco and Asher, when they were talking about what will happen in the next few, there is a prediction. This will happen. It's already happening. There is a completely different world in 4 years. What happened across 40 years back you could not imagine, is now happening. And this will change. I have a small clip for that, to you to give an understanding of what's audio. Can you play the clip again if you can't play the audio?
And by the way, when do you think optimists will be a better surgeon than the best surgeons? How long for that?
3 years.
3 years, okay. Yeah. And by the way, that's
I'd say 3 years. 3 years at scale.
Yes.
Meaning there'll probably be more optimist robots that are great surgeons than there are all surgeons on Earth.
And the cost of that, but that's an important statement in 3 years' time.
Yeah.
Because medicine,
I'm not like absolutely certain, but I'd say if you say like 4 years, I'd be absolutely
If it's 4 or 5 years, who cares? It's still an
extreme precision.
Yes.
3 years. Yes. Better than any, probably, I'd say if you're like put a little margin on it,
My
better
niece,
than any
my
human in
niece
4 years.
who's in plastic surgery.
By 5 years,
residency
it's
is
not
gonna
even
hate this.
close.
I think your point was medicine is going to be effectively free. The best medicine in the world
Everyone
is
will have
effectively to
access
everybody.
to medical care that is better than what the president receives right now.
So don't go to medical school.
Yes,
Yeah.
pointless. Yeah. I mean, unless you, but I would say that applies to any form of education. It's not like some,
What were they saying? They were talking about a robot surgeon, and in the next 4 or 5 years, the robot surgeons will be more than human surgeons. Can you imagine that? If you try to think of it today, you cannot. And everybody will question a lot, saying this is not possible. But this is Elon, he already has this capacity which he's building. He already has got, for this year, about 150,000 units of that same robot, which over time, by 2030, will be producing 1 million robots. And that's only one robotic company. There are more robotic companies. Life will change. If we are not changing, we will be left behind. There is so many other things happening at the same time. Like Elon also has this agenda. This is he's going to put 1 million satellite data centers, 1 million satellite data centers in this space, orbiting the Earth with a power of 150 gigawatt. And he will start before the end of this year, the first one. People were not imagining that this is possible, but those things are happening. Us not realizing it, we will be lost. I don't want to talk much about it. I'll quickly give a little 2 minutes to just say on the security side, what needs to be solution needs to come to happen. You know, I've normally always said that when we use security, ask this question, why do we have brakes in the car? People say to stop the car. No, it is to make you drive faster. And the same thing happens in security right now. The way we are tackling AI, we are actually hindering, we are stopping it. On the security side, what we need to do is, we need to change the traditional CTI to a next-gen CTI. And we need to add a defensive mechanism, offensive defense, where we need to bring in the digital asset register. These two are totally two new concepts. I may not have enough time to talk to you about it, but the digital asset register needs to be brought in, completely new idea, and you have to go to the next-gen CTI. So the next-gen CTI, it's more about really understanding the definition of security, IT security, information security, and digital security. Digital security should not be mixed with IT and information security. IT security is about IT assets, information security is about information assets, digital security is about digital assets. But currently, industry does not use this, don't have a way to comprehend that. Now, just to give you on the side of the next-gen CTI, it is beyond IOCs. It's IOE, IOW, IOA. Most of you, it's a new terminology, but I'm using it from the last 10 years, indicators of exposure, indicators of warning, indicators of attack. IOCs really is about somebody else somewhere else, whereas IOE, IOW, IOA is about you and now. So what is more important, IOC or IOE, IOW, IOA? And that's the next-gen CTI. In fact, IOCs change 10 times in a day. TTPs have not changed over the last 10 years, and IOE, IOW, IOA don't change until you act on them. There's an easy way to see where IOC, IOE, and IOW, and IOA range if you look at the cyber kill chain. And this is not only my concept, by the way. Even Gartner has changed the industry research, and they are also saying that the CTI now is a combination. Gartner recently put out their latest, the first ever CTI Magic Quadrant report. They never looked at CTI as a mature thing. Now they think it is getting into the maturity. And the most important part of that report is that CTI is a combination of EASM, which is external attack surface, TPRM, continuous threat exposure management, and digital risk protection, all of that together, which in fact advocates exactly what I am saying also. So that's the next gen CTI. I like to put my slide here always, this one. This is my concept with which I started CTM 360 back 10 years back. I call it the CTI stack, which is outside the firewall. You can see the mapping of IOC, IOE, IOW. Done. Just one last point is that what you need to realize is that the current expenditure on security is primarily inside the firewall. This is already changing. You need to think of the budgeting where you need to look at the digital asset register and how to secure the digital asset register. Thank you.
Thank you, Asrar Sahab, for this amazing presentation and a very valuable one. Moving on, AI is rapidly transforming Security Operations Center, promising greater speed, automation, and autonomous response. But what happens when automation encounters uncertainty? Our next session explores exactly about that. The self-driving SOC hits traffic, autonomy levels, disengagements, and who grabs the wheel. To take us through this fascinating topic, please welcome Mr. Faiz Ahmed Shuja, founder, Reuters, and co-founder, SERP. Can we give a big round of applause to Mr. Faiz Ahmed Shuja?
Assalamu alaikum. I hope you can hear me. Awaz. Assalamu alaikum. Awaz. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Sorry, I was supposed to speak first, but traffic or thoda jo hai coordination ka gap. I think Mirza साहब ने बहुत interesting बात करी है और काफ़ी different topics के ऊपर जो है वो highlight करा है. I think this is gonna set the tone for my talk. Because these are some of the things that I want to talk about. As you know, I've been into cybersecurity for almost 25 years. I started in 2001, so it's 25 years now that I've been into cybersecurity. And SOC is something that we have been doing for last 12 years. And there have been a lot of lesson learned from SOC, and especially with the AI adoption that is happening. It's very important that how do we include AI and use AI in cybersecurity, because हम जो है वो cyber security के अलावा जो है AI पे जो है वो rely कर लेते हैं. कोई image generation करनी है, कोई text generation करनी है, कोई ऐसा काम जो non critical है, usually हम AI से करवाते हैं, वो गलती करता है तो उसके बाद उसको fix करने को कह देते हैं. But cyber security में we cannot afford this. अगर जो है वो AI एक गलत IP को जो है वो block कर दे, you can reverse it, but you cannot afford mistakes in cybersecurity. So we launched, you must know about SERP. SERP used to be a SOAR company. Now it's an autonomous SOC platform. And we coined the word self-driving. And I think there is a lot of relation with the self-driving cars as well. So I will go through that autonomy levels, what we have observed. So we launched autonomous SOC platform back in December. And it's been 7 months that it has the self-driving SOC has hit the traffic. And I will share some what we have learned, what we have been doing, and some of the things that we have discussed in the previous presentation, that what do we need to take care of, हमें किन किन चीज़ों का ख्याल रखना है, हमें cyber security में AI की adoption जो है वो किस तरह करनी है. So for about 15 years, self-driving cars के जो vendors थे, they were saying that self-driving cars are just 5 years away. So for 15 years they have been saying that. You know why? बिकॉज हाईवे पे तो गाड़ी हर कोई चला लेता है, ठीक है ना, हाईवे पे सबसे आसान है गाड़ी चलाना, बट असल जो टेस्ट होता है वो जब वो ट्रैफिक में गाड़ी आई, किसी ने जो है वो साइकिल वाला जो है वो नहीं देखा था कि रास्ते से गुजर जाएगा, कोई पुलिस वाला हाथ देगा, सेल्फ ड्राइविंग कार को नहीं पता था. सो दैट वाज द 5% दैट टुक लॉट ऑफ ईयर्स टू रिफाइन, and that's exactly where self driving SOC and autonomous SOC is hitting right now. So Abhi, most of the people have done 95% of the work because that's easy. Driving on the highway is easy, but once you hit the traffic, how you are behaving, how you are adopting is that's the 5% that takes the effort. So that's what is happening for last 6-7 months. We have been absorbing and learning how the SOC is hitting the highway and the traffic. So before we talk about autonomy, I think it's important that we talk about autonomy levels, and it's the same concept that self-driving cars used, and they did it first, and it's important that we should agree on what the levels are, because everyone talk about different levels, everyone says that this is certain level, but let's see what those levels are. And we have published a framework to analyze and assess those levels, because it's important that you are able to assess the autonomy levels. So these are 5 levels that self-driving cars talk about, and that's the same level of autonomy we have used in self-driving SOC. So L0 is something that it's everything manual, the humans are doing it, and L5 is new humans, everything is on its own, there is nobody sitting behind the screen looking at it. So these are all levels, but people have been talking about L4, level 4 automation, which is less, but L3 is the most important frontier in cybersecurity. I think it's and what it is, level 3 is that basically it decides and acts in the scenarios it's rated for. So for example, phishing, malware, ransomware, these are something that it has been trained on, it has been rated for, and the moment it's outside these scenarios, it hands back the wheel to the driver. So that's most important, what how it behaves when it's not able to act. So handing back over the wheel is very important, because we don't want the car to just crash in the wall. So it's important that when it's not able to behave according to its scenario, how it's giving back the wheel to the driver. So I think everyone is talking about, and everyone is selling L4, but actually most of them are doing L2. What is L2? That leaves you to a point where a human has to approve it. It will do triage, it will do analysis, it will do enrichment, but most of the AI that is being used is level 2 AI, level 2 automation. It will hand back the wheel to a driver, to an analyst, to take an action on the decision that it has taken, and it would need your approval. So we see a lot of buzzwords: fully autonomous, no analyst needed, L1 will be eliminated, L2 will be eliminated, the SOC will run itself. But I think these are all claims, and I think it's very important that what is really happening is it's just predefined playbooks, it's predefined actions. So anybody who is doing the demo is doing the demo on the highway. Let's do the demo on the traffic, where you are hitting the actual traffic, where you are in the rush hour, where you have cyclists coming in. So I think it's important that we analyze what are the levels that allowed to use right now, what's the capability of your environment that is able to take which level of adoption it is happening. So as I mentioned, L3 is not defined by how much the AI is doing. L3 is defined by when it's not able to behave, how it should, how it shouldn't, and how it should, give back the control to the right driver. Okay, so disengagements, I think, so part 2 is, the second part I want to talk about is the disengagement. What is disengagement? Disengagement is that, a self-driving system's safety isn't measured by, how far it drives. So how engaging, that's important. And it's, it's the same metric that, auto industry lives by. And we know if you have driven a self-driving car, how Tesla, it's, good that, Mirza Saab showed the video from Elon Musk. I think, that's what I've been talking about for a couple of years back as well, that, this is a transformation that is happening. 100 years back, इंडस्ट्रीज लगी थी, ठीक है ना, अब 100 साल बाद जो है ना अब डेटा सेंटर्स लग रहे हैं और जो है ना वो पावर जनरेशन लग रही है. सो इट्स अ न्यू रेवोल्यूशन. सो दैट्स व्हाट आई से, यू डोंट नीड टू गो टू यूनिवर्सिटी एनीवे. दैट्स द एजुकेशन दैट वाज ब्रॉट 100 years ago, जो कि उस इंडस्ट्री को जो है वो रेवोल्यूशनाइज करना था. पहले ह्यूमंस जो है वो वर्कर्स जो है वो काम करते थे इंडस्ट्री में, फिर उसके बाद फैक्ट्रीज लग गई. That is what's happening with the AI, So it's a complete revolution that is happening, and I think it's going to take a couple of years. Don't expect that autonomous SOC is going to behave on its own. When it took 15 years for the self-driving cars to fully trustable, to be fully on the road, so that the people on the road are safe. We have seen the accidents that happened with self-driving cars, and I think you will expect same with self-driving SOC as well. You don't expect AI in cybersecurity to behave 100% correct. So you need to adopt the same framework. What is happening? So if we have seen autonomous cars, what is happening? So AI is driving, it's acting on its own. So on highway, आप जो है वो steering छोड़ देते हैं और वो drive करता है. जहाँ पे जो है वो कोई चीज़ edge detect होती है, कोई चीज़ वो sense करता है, it basically clean hand off karta hai driver ko, so that the driver takes the control. A human takes the control and drives the car himself, rather than letting the AI hit the wall. So it's important that how disengagement is happening. So that's what we have been testing. That's what we have been trying to make sure that 5% that when it hits the traffic, how it should behave. So what are the 4 things that, disengagement? So I'm relating it to the autonomous industry because, self-driving cars, it's easier to, relate to it. And you have an idea about how they have been, that industry has been revolutionizing. So when the disengagement is safe, what are the 4 things that make, disengagement safe? So know your lane, know your limits. The system should know in which lane it needs to drive. The system should know what's his boundaries, and what's, once it's able to, it senses it, it's wrong, it should hand off the wheel to the, with the full picture, with the full logic, with the full log that why this is happening. And that's what, that's what autonomous car industry monitors. That not, how it drove, how it disengaged to the driver, because that's what regulator monitor. So that's what regulator wants to see, that when the disengagement happens, because they want to avoid the accidents, they want to avoid the crashes. So those are disengagement, how safely the car and the self-driving SOC is disengaging is important. And last thing is that the handoff shouldn't drift, because you must have seen with AI that it answers differently every time. So can you afford that in cybersecurity? So I think it's very important that whatever handoff is happening, it shouldn't drift. It should, follow that it's pinned for. It should follow what it's, it's supposed to do. So who grabs the wheel? Once, raat mein jo hai wo, what happens when AI does something and it's not able to do it, who it's going to hand over? What if, already, if you are a small customer, you have, short staff team, रात के 2 बजे जो है वो AI ने एनालाइज करा एक अलर्ट और आपके एनालिस्ट को जो है वो हैंड ऑफ कर देता है, जो कि एनालिस्ट ऑलरेडी जो है वो ऑफिस में नहीं है. So I think you haven't solved the problem. It's just that you have renamed the problem. So it's important that, if you are using AI in your environment, who it's going to hand off to. If there is anything that it's not able to manage, it's not able to respond, it's not able to control, who he is going to hand off to. So either it's going to be your staff, or, there are vendors like routers, others, CTM 360, different vendors who provide managed security services, and their staff, takes that load and responds for you. So this is important that, who takes off the wheel. And also we talked about cloud and, we talked about sovereignty. I think it's important that where that staff is sitting and where that AI is being managed. We talk about cloud, we talk about ChatGPT. Are you willing to send your reasoning data to a LLM, to a cloud provider outside Pakistan? I think we have seen how political situation is happening. I think there might be a time that where you go hyper local, you need to disconnect from different countries. So what you're going to do? I think that's what different countries have been talking about. That's what building their own AI capabilities, because you cannot trust an AI of outside to access your system, just like what Mythos did. If you are giving control of your system to an AI, you need to trust what it is doing. So I think it's very important debate. It's going to happen in this conference. We will see how sovereignty is going to affect AI, how much you are trusting different AI models to analyze your data and respond to it. So what I've been talking about, as I mentioned, we have been doing this for self-driving SOC for last 7 months. We have been testing it on the traffic. We have been testing it on the highway. And I would just say, proudly that we didn't just map the traffic. We built a car that knows how to hand back. We can safely say that, SERP Omnisense is L3, conditional on certain use cases. For last 7 months, we have, committed around 3,000, code in our, GitHub. So, and we have 8 nodes live. Every country has its own in-country AI, which is being routed through regional nodes. We have 8 nodes, one live in Pakistan. Everything is being run in Pakistan. We have nodes in Saudi Arabia, UAE, Europe, and US. So we have 8 nodes live running in sovereignty with L3 conditional autonomy that we have been doing for last 7-8 months. So I just wanted to talk about these levels, the disengagement discipline. I think we talk about AI, but we are scared of AI as well. So we don't need to be scared. I think it's important that how we handle the usage of AI. You cannot deny it. You cannot, just say that you are not going to use AI. I think it's coming. It's just that how we are going to adopt it. And it's important that, we follow the same concept that was followed by the autonomous industry. If you want to, adopt the automation and the autonomy, I think it's important that we should adopt what has been adopted by the different industry and, include and use it in cybersecurity as well. So just, 1 or 2 slides. So this is, what we have developed is the SERP Omnisense. So Omnisense is the, the brain, the reasoning engine that basically powers the self-driving SOC. Sarah is the co-analyst that speaks the language of a security analyst. It speaks like a, co-analyst. It is the, first line of response included. So once any scenario, any use case that AI is not able to handle, it gives off the wheel to a analyst. It's, as I mentioned, it's sovereign by design. No data goes outside the environment. It can be 100% on-prem, it can be hybrid, or it can be on the cloud, and cloud can be in country. So that's something that, we have seen the problems in the industry, what we have learned, what we have seen in the region, and it's important that we are able to adopt AI the way that, it's supposed to. So Omnisense is, a self-learning platform. So what we have seen is just like, how self-driving SOC does. Self-driving, autonomous cars. It learns from your behavior. It learns your locations. It learns your driving pattern. That's what, Omnisense does as well. It's just not, autonomy on a certain level. It learns from your environment. What is happening in your environment? How do your security analyst behaves? What are your playbooks? What are your, integrations? So it will learn over the period of time. So autonomy is earned, autonomy is earned how you are behaving in your environment. It learns from your environment. So you can see the demo at our booth. I think there's a lot of interesting things to talk about. And I think my time is up. I'm here around and I will be happy to talk about it and, happy to demonstrate what we have built. And, this is something that I said in, Saudi Arabia as well in Black Hat, that anyone can drive on highway, the test is, that happens in the traffic. So it's important that you know your level, disengage safely when the car is on auto, and make sure that someone is there to catch the wheel. That's the self-driving SOC, worth trusting, and it was built right here in Pakistan. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Faisal. I think the presentation बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त थी, very nicely curated. और अगर I would request कि hall में अगर थोड़ी सी और energy आ जाए, and please give him a big round of applause again. So, thank you very much. Moving on, now I will invite another very seasoned professional in the space of cybersecurity, and he will talk on why XDR is replacing traditional endpoint security. Please welcome seasoned professional to hain and a very dear friend, Mr. Anas Naseem, Enterprise Security Solution Expert, Pakistan and Afghanistan, Kaspersky. Please give him a big round of applause. Mr. Anas Naseem.
Thank you, sir. Assalamu alaikum. So, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to INFOSEC 2026. My name is Anas Naseem. As they already told you, I am the Enterprise Security Solution Expert at Kaspersky. So today my topic is why XDR is replacing traditional endpoint security. So as you can see, the replacing word is already striked out in my presentation because I don't actually agree with this word replacing. We will discuss about this, why I don't agree in the upcoming slides. So starting from, so basically let me tell you something that since I'm seeing this every time that all the presentations, all the things are very, very technologically high in terms, and sometimes it is very difficult to understand the terminology. So I have tried to be very simple, and I have tried to be very, very sure about what message we are trying to deliver should be delivered to you guys. So let's imagine the old world. In this world of AI, let's go back to almost a decade back when we have an organization. Let's imagine that we have an organization of almost 5,000 employees, and all these 5,000 employees must have the endpoints, maybe laptops, workstation, or any desktop PC. So naturally, the security team is expected to secure those endpoints, because since the very beginning, the question for the security was, is something bad happening on this endpoint? So the cybersecurity team deploys endpoint security on the endpoints, configure policies, ensure the compliances, and that's all. This has been working for quite a long time, and we have been secured by this approach. I think I have moved a lot. Yeah. So, but the things didn't remain the same, and the attackers changed their tactics, techniques, and procedures. Attacks also changed. So earlier when they tried to attack on single endpoints, now they are trying to attack the environment, starting from a single credentials stealing, moving ahead, accessing some servers, some enterprise servers, maybe accessing some web applications, or anything which is available for the attackers to accomplish their task. So the task is simple. they need to steal your data, maybe encrypt your data so that they can get some ransom or something like that. Sorry. So if something is happening like this, if you ask the analyst which endpoint you should investigate, the answer I think will be, I guess, all of them, because you don't know where they started, where they are right now, which system is compromised, what application, from which endpoint, what application is being accessed. This all things are not known. So if you ask the SOC analyst what endpoints will be investigated, so the answer will be yes, all of them. So basically, what is the problem with this approach? Since it is an attack on the whole environment, the problem is we are using different sort of security tools and running them in the silos, where if you are, let's suppose, running endpoint security solution, for such kind of activity, you will get maybe an event saying PowerShell executed, or a new file has been dropped, or something like maybe some few registry keys has been modified. Or if you look at the network side, you will see activities like connection to the CNC server is connected or is established. Identity system may be saying impossible login. But these are all a lot of dashboards. You will be needing a lot of resources to carry out the monitoring processes on these dashboards. So if you have all these dashboards, there will be a lot of resources required. And on the other hand, if you are running SIEM as well, you will be receiving a couple of alerts, a couple of events, which are saying that these 4 alerts or these 4 events have been occurred. So what makes the difference which will ease the life of organization, or which ease the life of an analyst? So that's XDR. Basically, XDR is changing the question. Instead of asking what's happening inside that endpoint, XDR asks what's happening across the whole environment. So what is XDR? So XDR is actually a platform, centralized, unified platform, which collects, correlates, and analyze events, and provide you a proper platform from where you can respond or you can automate your responses. So it can bring together signals from any solution which is running inside your organization, be it the endpoint security, identity access management system, mail gateway, or maybe the any sort of servers, applications, or if you are running any web traffic security. Sorry. So it can bring a lot of signals from all these sources and correlate them in one incident. So let's take an example of an attack that is happening on an organization. Starting from 9:01 a.m. to 9:15 a.m., if you see different endpoints, different systems, and different dashboards, you will see a lot of events coming along. For example, on an endpoint, you will see, on mail system, you will see a phishing email received, user clicked, and the credentials are stolen. Similarly, PowerShell has been executed on some endpoint. The endpoint connects to a suspicious server. These are all different events that will be experienced on different solutions, different systems which you are running right now. If you have the XDR, it will connect all the dots and create an incident. These events are not likely part of a single incident, so it will collect all the information and make the analyst understand and respond accordingly. So is the endpoint security disappearing? The answer is actually no. XDR does not make endpoint unnecessary, but think of the endpoint security is like if you are living in a housing society with hundreds of houses. All the houses has their locks. The society has its surveillance system as well as their centralized locking system. So if the society has their locking system, centralized locking system, or maybe the surveillance system, do we still need locks on our door or not? Yes, obviously we need it. So endpoint security is actually that lock on our door, and the surveillance system and the centralized locking system is actually the XDR. So why organizations are moving towards XDR? Basically, it's not the point that because it is the right direction, that's why they are moving. No, but it is about the complexity, making it easier to move towards the XDR so that they can manage it with less resources. As we all know that in current world, we are not producing very much cybersecurity professionals. So human resource is a big challenge for cybersecurity actually. So moving towards the XDR is actually addressing this challenge as well. So So what happened in the in past 2 decades? Basically in 3 decades. Starting from the antivirus, working on the signature database, focusing the file-based viruses only. Then we have the endpoint. The focus was changed. The whole endpoint, the question which we discussed earlier, the question was what is happening inside the endpoint. So endpoint fulfilled that questions. Then comes the EDR, and then the XDR. So the question, what is happening across the whole environment, is actually answered by this XDR. So the goal remains the same, stop the attacker, but XDR gives the analyst the full control to do it in a smarter way. So the final message is the XDR is not replacing actually the endpoint security, but it is replacing the idea of running the endpoint security in silos or the isolation. So endpoint protection is still essential, but in the modern attack world, endpoint security is actually one piece of the big puzzle, and rest of the pieces are all the security solutions which you are running right now. So being Kaspersky, we know what is required in the market. So we are also offering Kaspersky's XDR solution, that is Kaspersky Next XDR Expert. A short brief will be delivered to you right now, how it works. If you are using any sort of device that has a network card in it, that can be integrated with the XDR to send the logs to, for the correlation purpose and for the analysis purpose. And if we talk about the integration for the response action tools, it can be integrated with any of the cybersecurity solution, be it XDR, be it EDR, firewall, web traffic security, mail gateway, anything you have as a cybersecurity solution can be integrated with it for the response action tools. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anasap, for this amazing presentation and a very valuable insight one. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come on to a very important keynote address from a leading voice representing Pakistan's banking and financial sector. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Munir Kamal, CEO and Secretary General, Pakistan Bank Association, to deliver his keynote address. Please welcome Mr. Munir Kamal and give him a big round of applause.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. You know, this keynote address, it's a very intimidating word to be used. So I'm a little intimidated and see the kind of responsibility that has been given to me. I'm not a technical person. I don't know much about cybersecurity from a technical point of view. But for the last 2.5 years that I have been with Pakistan Bank Association, I have looked into it, and we have an outstanding cybersecurity subcommittee of key people of about 12 or 13 banks. So I'm learning. I just had one meeting with them, and I learned a lot. And I'll tell you the focus on cybersecurity that is given in the banking sector. We had our second banking summit on July 7th and 8th this year. And last year was the first summit and we invite people from all over the world for that. Before the summit, once we finalize the agenda and who we're going to invite and the kind of topics that we are going to address in that summit, I go and have a meeting with the Governor of State Bank to seek his guidance and support and approval. So I sat with him, he went through everything, and he said, this is outstanding, but there is one big piece missing. And that one big missing piece that he identified was cybersecurity. And he was right. So I went back, and then we had two speakers, one from Australia, one from Silicon Valley, very bright young man, Pakistani. So we had cybersecurity as one of the main points in our banking summit also. Before I go back to the cybersecurity, let me give you a little bit of an update on where the banking industry is at this point in time, because there's a lot of speculation. You keep hearing from media, reading the media reports that banking sector is doing everything but lending money, which is largely true what they're saying. If you look at the balance sheets of Pakistan banking industry, there's about 33 trillion or 34 trillion of investments. And these investments are primarily, about 95% plus, would be government securities, treasury bills, PIBs, Pakistan investment bonds, sukuks and others. And the loan portfolio is less than half of the investments, which is about 14 or 15 trillion. You will not see such a balance sheet anywhere in the planet like the way Pakistan balance sheet. Banks are supposed to give loans, but we are giving less than half of the investment portfolio that we have accumulated, but there are good reasons for that. One of the reasons, and people say, you must have heard about advances to deposit ratio. For developed economies, the advances to deposit ratio is more than 100% at times. India and Bangladesh are South Asian countries, would have advances to deposit ratio of about 75 to 80%. But in Pakistan, it's about 40%. Why is it so? The reason why Pakistan banking industry has 40% advances to deposit ratio is because for the last 2 decades, compared to Bangladesh and India, who've got an average GDP growth rate of about 6.7 or 7%, Pakistan is at about 3%, maximum 3.5% average GDP growth rate. More importantly, in 2008, the government of Pakistan, to obviously everywhere in the world, you have to get funding to fill the budget deficit. So about 22 or 23% of the budgetary funding for the government in 2008 used to come from the banking industry. Last year, it was about 85 or 86% of the government needs were fulfilled by the banking sector's liquidity. But so we had to get that. And why is it so? I don't want to go in details. The government has needs. They come to us. We have the liquidity. We buy government securities. But the good news of this is if you look at, if we combine the banking sector's industry, there is no problem of liquidity. There is no problem of profitability. In fact, banks are very, very profitable. There is no problem of capital adequacy. There is no problem of, or no serious problem of the quality of risk assets or loans that we have on the book. But the one thing missing is a robust increase in the loan portfolio. But the good news is, and inshallah, as our economy develops and the growth rate goes to 5-6%, Pakistan banking industry, mashallah, has the liquidity to respond to that very, very quickly, and the banking sector, inshallah, will respond to that. So that is good news. Pakistan banking sector is involved in many, many activities with the government. I don't want to go in detail. We are right now dealing extremely closely with Ministry of Finance, State Bank on the priority areas of SME lending, on priority areas of digitalization, indeed on agri-financing. So inshallah, all of these measures that we are taking, and we are involved in that. And State Bank is guiding us. State Bank is a very, very strong regulator. By the way, let me tell you, people keep talking about कि वो कहते हैं वो इदारों की तनज़्ज़ुली की बात करते हैं, but I can guarantee you I've been dealing with State Bank for more than 40 years now. State Bank has been and remains a very, very strong institution, and we should all take comfort in that. So now coming back to the cyber security and the importance and the focus that banking industry has on the cyber security. Again, guided by the State Bank, we means Pakistan Bank Institute, Pakistan Bank Association, reached out to an international firm, and about few months back we carried a cyber drill of 34 banks, and it was a whole week exercise. And then we've got the results also. Individual banks' results have been shared by the State Bank, and the industry-wide results have been shared with us also, Pakistan Bank Association, and we funded it. All the banks are going to contribute in that. It was about 750 or 800,000 euros that we spent on this, and it was a fantastic exercise. What the exercise has shown us that there are gaps. Those gaps need to be filled. Individually, the State Bank is talking to all the banks on a bilateral basis of their particular weaknesses, and on an industry basis, we are also involved, and our subcommittee is also involved in seeing how to go forward and fill those gaps that we have identified. Why those gaps need to be filled in, you guys are better experts, but let me tell you from my perspective, there are two cases why we need to be very, very diligent on the cyber security. Number one, Pakistan exists in a very dangerous neighborhood. Let's face it, the entire world's focus, at least for the last 40, 50 years, for some reason or the other, the focus comes to Pakistan, or at least on the region. There are wars going on across us. We have seen superpowers involvement in our neighborhood. Some people like us, some people don't like Pakistan. So we need to be guarded on that. We just had last May, we had a skirmish or whatever, mini war with our neighbor. So we need to be very careful living in this particular region in a dangerous neighborhood. We need to have our guards up, and I can see it from the financial sector point of view. When I say financial sector point of view, I'm not just talking about the banking industry, I'm talking about the capital markets, the stock exchange. So we need to be absolutely diligent on that we cannot allow other countries who want to harm Pakistan. This is one area on digitalization and that they can come in. And so far, luckily, we have dealt with this part, and people have attempted, countries have attempted, and we have dealt with it so far, mashallah, securely. But on a private sector, there have been ransomware, I think that's what comes. There have been ransomware incidents, I would say, that I'm aware of. So we need to be very, very careful. The other reason why we need to have our guards up on the cyber security and this, Pakistan is very rapidly moving on the digitalization front. We don't realize how rapid this change is going to come. For example, the payment system. We have RAS now, instant payments. We have so many payment systems that are taking place across us. Then we are talking about possible stable coins. Some people talk about crypto. I don't know what the future lies there. But we will be exposed to areas which are completely new. And digitalization, which we must, just the development of RAS, which is an incredible success story, which is
completely changing the payment structure and payment system in Pakistan. As we digitalize more, there's always a bigger need for cybersecurity, that we need to keep our guards up. We need to understand the risks that we are taking through the digitalization effort, which must continue. So that is another reason, the second reason why our guards must be up. Prime Minister particularly is chairing a committee which is called Cashless Economy. And cashless economy is all about digitalization. And again, as I said, digitalization means we need to have our guards up on cybersecurity as well. And you all must be knowing, Pakistan now has a digital asset, authority. We have a digital asset authority also, virtual digital assets authority. So all these changings will come. I don't know whether we can do crypto, but I can see stable coin and state bank digital currency. These are the two things that I can see that coming up sooner than will you expect. So that is why we need to keep. All I can assure you from the banking industry, as I said, we had gone through this cyber drill. We'll continue to do that. We understand the risk. We have very good quality people. But the last thing I will say is that the banking industry must continue to invest in getting the best possible people in cybersecurity part of the bank. This should not be a neglected part. This should take a front seat. And one of the reasons we need to protect our people and continue to develop our people is because these are the people who can be picked up by our regional countries very, very quickly, and we have lost a lot of people. So the banking industry is going to pay a lot of attention, the financial sector totally, not just the banking industry. And thank you very much for inviting me. I'm not, as I said, I'm not an expert, but I can understand how the whole financial sector is changing very rapidly, and why our guards must be high when it comes to cybersecurity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Munir Saab, for covering the banking landscape across the cybersecurity space. And now I request, we have Faisal Saab on the stage already. Now I would request Mr. Hussain Hassan Ali to come on the stage to announce some awards. Please welcome Mr. Hussain Hassan Ali.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. As announced, we have some achievement awards. And as chair of the jury for the awards, it was a huge challenge for our ISACA Karachi chapter board to select the top candidates. There are so many stars all around. Thank you to Naushad Siddiqui, Sapna Devi, Naved Naqvi, and of course Faisal Bhai, for your support and for recognizing the guardians. It is my privilege and honor to announce the names of the award winners, and I request them to come to the stage as their name is announced. Dr. Muhammad Mubashir Khan. Dr. Mubashir Khan holds a PhD from University of Leeds and is a distinguished researcher and chairman of NED's University Computer Science Department. He has contributed significantly to the field of quantum information and cryptography. Dr. Khan has served as a keynote speaker at prestigious events and various international conferences. His work is recognized globally. He has also been instrumental in establishing and heading the first master's program in information security, has mentored hundreds of technology students, and has been contributing to the future of IT and information security in Pakistan. For his continued contributions, Dr. Mubashir is being recognized with the Lifetime Contribution to Information Security and Technology Award. Mr. Muhammad Munaf Majid might need to come down for that. Munaf Majid is CEO of Server for Sale. As they say, Munaf bhai ka naam hi kafi hai. With so many years in IT and cybersecurity, he excels in diagnosing complex issues, infrastructure hardening, and server management. And as a renowned speaker and educator, he has helped secure the digital environment through his contributions as a member of the Central Executive Committee of PASHA and leading PASHA and FPCCI's cybercrime prevention committees. He is driving Pakistan's tech future through community and academia engagement. He established the Future Leaders Awards to recognize achievements and encourage Pakistan youth and has been working across the industry. For his contributions, Munaf Majid is being recognized with the Cybersecurity Excellence and Youth Empowerment Award. Zainab Hamid. She is a seasoned technology transformation and governance leader with over 2 decades of experience, currently serving as CEO and co-founder of T-Square, which is an edtech platform that provides basic literacy skills to the lowest tier through arranged donor funding and support and strategy consulting, while also holding multiple advisory and leadership roles. She is an active contributor to ISACA as Vice President, and she leads tech for the Karachi chapter, as well as President of the Pakistan affiliate of Women in Cybersecurity, VICES. Mr. Shaukat Bizinjo. At State Bank of Pakistan, Mr. Shaukat Bizinjo shaped national frameworks for digital financial services, fintech enablement, and payment systems modernization. He has been recognized globally and has represented Pakistan on the international banking stage. For his continued contributions, Mr. Shaukat Bizinjo is being recognized with the Digital Financial Services and Fintech Leadership Award. Mr. Azam Mughal. Mr. Azam Mughal is a cybersecurity visionary and CEO and founder of SecureBeans and Data Compliance Management Systems. He has long served the industry and has pioneered expert forensic services and has contributed to the cybersecurity committees of PASHA and FPCCI and has been on their board. He is being recognized for digital service forensics pioneer and leadership. Mr. Jawad Khalid Mirza. Mr. Jawad Khalid Mirza is a seasoned cybersecurity and information security leader and has started with the Interior of Ministry, where he pioneered National Response Center for Cyber Crimes, NR3C, and worked with various banks, including as Chief Information Security Officer at Askari Bank. He has chaired the Cybersecurity Forum of Pakistan Banks Association, as well as is a member of National Cert Council, FinCert, and on the Board of Trustees of Air University. For his contributions, he's being recognized with the National CISO Leadership Award. Thank you very much, and heartiest congratulations to all our award winners.
Thank you, Munir Saab. Thank you, Faisal Saab, and thank you, Hussain Saab, for distributing these awards. And now, a very important announcement. It's time for tea. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short networking tea break, sponsored by Resecurity. So please go, freshen up, and we'll gather back in next 15 minutes. Thank you. Tea is served at the Xavier Hall.
check करो.
hello, hello, hello. Test, 1, 2. Hello, 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 hello. Test, 1, 2. Hello, hello, 1, 2. Test, hello. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Hello, hello. आ जाना अभी वो थोड़ी देर अभी काम में लगा हुआ है। हाँ 1, 2. Hello, hello. Test 1, 2. Hello. Test 1. One. 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 Hello, hello, hello. Test 1, 2. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Test. Test. Hold two. Hello. Hello.
And by the way, that's,
Actually,
I mean,
3 years at scale.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Everyone in the Xavier Hall, I would request to please come back in the main arena. We are about to resume our program in next 5 minutes. तो जो इस वक्त Xavier Hall में है for tea and networking, I would request everyone कि वो main hall में वापस आ जाएं. We will start our program again in next 5 minutes.
End to end. We collect and monitor intelligence across the surface, deep, and dark web. We detect and alert on vulnerabilities and phishing attempts. We validate and contextualize to prioritize criticality. We help you investigate by connecting the dots. And we enable you to remediate, facilitating takedowns and fixing exposures. This is the SOC Radar Extended Threat Intelligence XTI platform, a unified solution for cyber threat intelligence, dark web monitoring, supply chain intelligence, attack surface management, and brand protection. Focus on your most urgent threats with curated alerts. Leverage easy one-click takedowns via our strategic partnerships. And empower your analysts to respond faster with agentic AI. External cyber threats hit our radar before they hit your business. SOC Radar.
The next time a security vendor tells you we stop breaches, or our AI is more intelligent, or we are full autonomous, ask them to give you examples how they stop attacks using compromised credentials. Crickets, I bet. There's a reason over 90% of breaches involve compromised credentials. Organizations have been lulled into a false sense of security that they can stop all cyber attacks by investing in external tools and detection. Most organizations cannot identify what's normal behavior, and attackers know this. Once they are inside, it's not a pretty sight. How can you feel effective or secure when your existing SIM can't illustrate normal, let alone abnormal? It's simple. You can't fight what you can't see. Driven by AI, Exabeam delivers unparalleled threat detection, investigation, and response, powered by cloud-scale log management, behavioral analytics, and automation, making advanced security accessible to all organizations. Your cyber defenses are too critical to leave to unproven or legacy security operations products. Many of the world's largest and most innovative organizations have become the most secure using Exabeam. We provide an outcomes-based approach to protect against complex threats and advanced attack techniques, validated against MITRE. And now, it's even better. The Exabeam Security Operations Platform harnesses the speed and scalability of the cloud, along with the power of AI, to deliver AI-driven security operations. For over a decade, Exabeam has applied machine learning AI to accelerate threat detection, investigation, and response, to ensure faster, more accurate TDIR, and boost SOC productivity. Exabeam drives security operations excellence, scaling performance with a cloud architecture, scaling response to focus on risk-based priorities, scaling repeatability with automation, scaling detection with behavioral analytics, scaling productivity with AI to empower talent, and controlling the scale of budgets with cloud economics. The industry's most advanced platform lets you do more with less. Replace a legacy SIM with Exabeam, or augment your existing SIM with the market-leading offering designed to run on and modernize your SIM. The Exabeam Security Operations Platform is available today to achieve security operations success. Improve your detection capabilities, speed your response times, and protect your organization. The AI-driven Security Operations Platform. Detect, defend, defeat with Exabeam.
This is what data security looks like today. Thousands of threats coming from outside and inside the organization, going after applications, data, and identities, managed across many clouds, all defended by lots of products. Many siloed and not connected, and that means less visibility, less control, and increased complexity and total cost of ownership. So, imagine a world where the complex becomes simple, threats are visible, and security works as one, with integrated and modern platforms that centralize how you protect applications, data, and identities across your entire enterprise. At Thales, we're creating
I request everyone in the tea and networking area, please gather back in the main hall so that we can resume our program again. It's a humble request. जो लोग टी और नेटवर्किंग एरिया में हैं उन सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि वो वापस मेन हॉल में आ जाएं so that we can start our program.
In modern cybersecurity, the perimeter no longer exists. Hackers don't break in, they log in. Over the last decade, confirmed data breaches have increased by approximately 475%. In this environment, the only good news is no news, but hope is not a strategy. The key to success is being proactive. Your team needs to see the whole story, from end to end. We collect and monitor intelligence across the surface, deep, and dark web. We detect and alert on vulnerabilities and phishing attempts. We validate and contextualize to prioritize criticality. We help you investigate by connecting the dots. And we enable you to remediate, facilitating takedowns and fixing exposures. This is the SOC Radar Extended Threat Intelligence XTI platform, a unified solution for cyber threat intelligence, dark web monitoring, supply chain intelligence, attack surface management, and brand protection. Focus on your most urgent threats with curated alerts. Leverage easy one-click takedowns via our strategic partnerships. And empower your analysts to respond faster with agentic AI. External cyber threats hit our radar before they hit your business. SOC Radar.
The next time a security vendor tells you we stop breaches, or our AI is more intelligent, or we are fully autonomous, ask them to give you examples how they stop attacks using compromised credentials. Crickets, I bet. There's a reason over 90% of breaches involve compromised credentials. Organizations have been lulled into a false sense of security that they can stop all cyber attacks by investing in external tools and detection. Most organizations cannot identify what's normal behavior, and attackers know this. Once they are inside, it's not a pretty sight. How can you feel effective or secure when your existing SIM can't illustrate normal, let alone abnormal? It's simple. You can't fight what you can't see. Driven by AI, Exabeam delivers unparalleled threat detection, investigation, and response, powered by cloud-scale log management, behavioral analytics, and automation, making advanced security accessible to all organizations. Your cyber defenses are too critical to leave to unproven or legacy security operations products. Many of the world's largest and most innovative organizations have become the most secure using Exabeam. We provide an outcomes-based approach to protect against complex threats and advanced attack techniques, validated against MITRE. And now, it's even better. The Exabeam Security Operations Platform harnesses the speed and scalability of the cloud, along with the power of AI to deliver AI-driven security operations. For over a decade, Exabeam has applied machine learning AI to accelerate threat detection, investigation, and response, to ensure faster, more accurate TDIR, and boost SOC productivity. Exabeam drives security operations excellence, scaling performance with a cloud architecture, scaling response to focus on risk-based priorities, scaling repeatability with automation, scaling detection with behavioral analytics, scaling productivity with AI to empower talent, and controlling the scale of budgets with cloud economics. The industry's most advanced platform lets you do more with less. Replace a legacy SIM with Exabeam, or augment your existing SIM with the market-leading offering designed to run on and modernize your SIM. The Exabeam Security Operations Platform is available today to achieve security operations success. Improve your detection capabilities, speed your response times, and protect your organization. The AI-driven Security Operations Platform. Detect, defend, defeat with Exabeam.
This is what data security looks like today. Thousands of threats coming from outside and inside the organization, going after applications, data, and identities, managed across many clouds, all defended by lots of products. Many siloed and not connected, and that means less visibility, less control, and increased complexity and total cost of ownership. So, imagine a world where the complex becomes simple, threats are visible, and security works as one, with integrated and modern platforms that centralize how you protect applications, data, and identities across your entire enterprise. At Thales, we're creating a global cybersecurity leader, protecting more applications, data, and identities than any other company, and enabling tens of thousands of organizations around the world to deliver trusted digital services to billions of consumers every day.
If your systems are out of sync, your performance will fall flat. Bring your business into harmony with the new agentic IT ops platform, IBM Concert. See clearly, act proactively. Embedded AI helps keep your apps, infrastructure, and network composed against risk and resilient under pressure. Upkeep slowing you down? Automate it. Get back to innovation. Be ambitious. Concert will manage the maintenance, continually tuning for cost and performance, allowing you to build what's next. IBM Concert. When your operations are in rhythm, the return is resounding.
Everyone who is in the networking and T area, it's a final announcement that we are going to start our program in next 5 minutes.
We validate and contextualize to prioritize criticality. We help you investigate by connecting the dots. And we enable you to remediate, facilitating takedowns and fixing exposures. This is the SOC Radar Extended Threat Intelligence XTI platform, a unified solution for cyber threat intelligence, dark web monitoring, supply chain intelligence, attack surface management, and brand protection. Focus on your most urgent threats with curated alerts. Leverage easy one-click takedowns via our strategic partnerships. And empower your analysts to respond faster with agentic AI. External cyber threats hit our radar before they hit your business. SOC Radar.
The next time a security vendor tells you we stop breaches, or our AI is more intelligent, or we are fully autonomous, ask them to give you examples how they stop attacks using compromised credentials. Crickets, I bet. There's a reason over 90% of breaches involve compromised credentials. Organizations have been lulled into a false sense of security that they can stop all cyber attacks by investing in external tools and detection. Most organizations cannot identify what's normal behavior, and attackers know this. Once they're inside, it's not a pretty sight. How can you feel effective or secure when your existing SIM can't illustrate normal, let alone abnormal? It's simple. You can't fight what you can't see. Driven by AI, Exabeam delivers
Ladies and
unparalleled
gentlemen.
threat detection, investigation, and response, powered by cloud scale.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And once again, thanks to Resecurity for this wonderful tea break. I hope you did the networking and had the tea. और अब कुछ freshness आ जानी चाहिए for the rest of the day. Moving on, we have another great session. We now continue with another important session focused on the evolving role of artificial intelligence in cybersecurity. For that, please welcome Mr. Faraz Rafi, Country Manager, Ambicom, who will speak on AI intelligence with CBX. Can we have Mr. Faraz on the stage? Please give him a big round of applause.
Very much. Assalamu alaikum. So first of all, thank you very much for joining the session. My name is Faraz Rafiq. I'm presenting Broadcom, and today we are going to discuss the AI with the latest Broadcom offering with the name of CBX. So we are talking about a lot of AI because of all the positive reasons, but there are some of the concerns which I would like to highlight briefly. So historically, if you want me to simplify the security, so security is all about blocking the attacks coming inside the environment and data exfiltration. With the introduction of AI, there is another subset, we call it a data exfiltration. So this is the first problem statement we have in the session. The second, I think one of my colleagues have discussed in detail that historically, we have discussed that how attackers are getting advanced, what are the opportunities they are getting. They are getting into the system with the advanced techniques, lateral movement, some of the very heavy jargons, advanced persistent threats, so on and so forth. And if we look at the graph here, after 2022, with the introduction of AI, so every single organization, historically only the top enterprise, top organization, they are facing the advanced attack. But now, with the help of AI-powered attacks, now every organization, they are facing attacks. So for the job of attackers become easy, and the defenders, they keep on defending. So that's my second problem statement. The third, I think that's a problem statement in every single board nowadays. So we are getting a lot of push from the business side to open the Gen AI, LLMs, agentic AI apps, so to make their job easy. And then on the flip side, the information security practitioner, they try to create some protection controls in order to safeguard the data. But neither we can block everything, because every single passing day, AI is in need of R. So every organization have to adopt one way or the other. And I've got a lot of interaction in the recent days in Pakistan, outside Pakistan. So they are getting a lot of push from the business side to open the advanced LLMs, Cloud, Bard, Perplex, and so on and so forth. And blocking means, I mean, like allowing everything, making risk more high, and then it's very difficult to control the data. So that's the third problem statement. It's not working. Okay, thank you. So this is a fourth problem statement. This is very important. When we're interacting, gone were the days, it's a website. People used to open the website, for example, from Pakistan. If we click on Cricinfo, we generally have like the Pakistan data. But for the last 1.5 years, every organization moving towards AI. May it be agentic, may it be any Gen AI creating their own agentic agents. So a lot of things are happening. But we, as an end user, we don't know if we are interacting with the website or we are interacting with an AI agent. So now the modern day website look like this. So they keep logging your behavior, they analyze the ML system, they convert your script to data to exfiltration. So this is the very way of doing the business. So this is the fourth problem statement we are facing nowadays because we don't know to whom we are interacting. With this, how Broadcom is helping. So the first thing first is to discover the AI, whether it's a website or a portal. So we help you to increase the visibility in terms of user, in terms of data, with the help of semantic AI SOC. It's more of an intelligence. We are not stopping ourselves here. Okay, it's slow. Now, there is another thing which we are referring in the intelligence. That's we help organization to identify the portals with the help of business readiness rating. That what's the behind that website? What are the risky factor? What are the attributes? For example, you being the information security, you are having a request from your business side. Okay, let's open Perplex, for example, Bard AI, anything like that. So we help you to come up with a risk scoring, and we are not stopping ourselves from the risk scoring. We also help you to recommend the alternative. For example, if there is a tool called Grammarly, and if your user wants to open that tool and you enter into the R system and we will give you with a low rating, maybe they are changing data, exchanging data, exfiltrating or recording something. So, and then we also recommend you the alternative to this. So what's this, with the same functionality, with the same feature, we can help you to identify the alternative to that. Probably with a better risk rating, like Coolbot, anything else. So that's the second thing we are introduced in the AI portal. Can you change this? Okay, so with this strategy, what Broadcom is planning, so we are planning to give you the single agent and single console strategy. We started this project last year, and this will, so far we have integrated 4 agent, EPP, EDR, CASB, and now we are integrating DLB. So this will help you to make a faster production, get into the system, create a single telemetry for the system, and more importantly, the granular control, and then reduce the footprint overall. So if you ended up, there is a long debate. Every single time my INFOSEC guy go to the CIO, ask them, okay, we need to install another agent. They start identifying, okay, this will create a lot of overhead and we cannot do this. So Broadcom come up with a strategy in the next 3 years. We are going to integrate 13 different technologies just to get the complete endpoint compliance management, data security posture management, and web isolation. So that's the strategy we are following for the next 3 years. And Broadcom, how we are helping organizations. For example, if your employee, suppliers, contractor, they come up with a managed device, unmanaged device, they are working as an agile, they are working on premises, irrespective, if you come to us, we will help you to give you the transparent experience. If you're moving some of your workloads, servers to the cloud, and you need the same protection. So we are helping organizations to create that hybrid system with the similar controls. May it be on premises, may it be on cloud, private cloud, third-party cloud. So we are helping as an organization, because as an CISO, it's very difficult. If you are moving something, they keep worrying, okay, what is the landing path could be, how we can implement the same control. So that's our strategy, to give you the same protection on premises, hybrid, on cloud. So this is our portfolio. There are some of the very respected organizations. There are some of the organizations, they are very good on cloud. There are some of the organizations are very good on premises. But we as in Broadcom being an enterprise organization, we are providing the equal protection for your on-premises workload and for your cloud workload. And we also help with the help of our atomic tool to migrate your servers to the internet workload, maybe your private space or any third-party space with the same controls. Because end of the day, we are managing through the one console, the same controls can be implemented to the new workloads. So what is traditional XDR? I think XDR is helping big time all the organizations. So traditional XDR is all about threat intel, covering the network side of it, then the endpoint security, and how we are differentiating ourselves in this space with the help of AI intelligence. We talked a lot about AI intelligence. So as an end user, as an InfoSec practitioner, strategist, we should care that how we can take care of the workloads moving to the internet, how users are interacting, how the data is moving. So that's the core part of our CBX platform. So we help you to detect, identify, risk identification, and protection in terms of threats and in terms of data. Then the cloud capabilities. So we have the same capabilities on premises, on cloud. Threat intel, we have 25,000 engineers working there day in and day out to work on. That's the same team we have had in Symantec. Then with the help of CB team, now we are become the 25,000 engineers working on the threat intelligence altogether. Network security to cover your web, email, network side of it. And then we have inducted the best of the two worlds, the Carbon Black from the EDR side and the Symantec EPP. Now we are combined in CBX. So that's a part of our single agent to give you the EPP, EDR, data leakage, web isolation, sandboxing in a single agent. So that's a strategy from the Broadcom. Why Broadcom? We are not a sales organization. So we invested a lot on the technology part. 80% of our workforce are the technical people. You hardly see ourselves in the Gartner or anything else, but we keep focusing on the technical part of it. You may agree or disagree that whoever the using solution of Symantec or Broadcom, we have one of the most stable technologies there in the enterprise world. So that's it from my side. Thank you very much for your time. Hope you enjoy and thank you very much for the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Farasab, for your brilliant presentation. Moving on, we now move on to one of today's most anticipated discussion. This topic का नाम मैंने भी पढ़ा, how much should we trust AI to act without a human? जिस तरह के मामला चल रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है कि हम सब AI पे बहुत ज़्यादा ही भरोसा करते हैं. But this is going to be a very interesting panel. And our panel will explore the balance between automation, speed, accountability, and human judgment. So please, for this session, please welcome our moderator, Mr. Faiz Ahmed Shuja, founder, Reuters, and co-founder, SERP. And joining him on the panel are Mr. Mirza Asrar Beg, founder and CEO, CTM 360. Mr. Nofil Daud, Chief Digital Officer, Bank of Punjab. Mr. Faisal Anwar, Chief Information Officer, HBL. Mr. Mohammad Umair Sheikh, Country Director, Pakistan Trend AI. Mr. Shiraz Khan, Chief Experience Officer, UBL. Mr. Sohail Khan, Chief Technology Officer, Access Group. Mr. Anas Naseem, Enterprise Security Solutions Expert, Pakistan and Afghanistan, Kaspersky. इतने सारे नाम ले लिए मैंने. Can we have a big round of applause, please? थोड़ी सी एनर्जी के साथ अगर वेलकम करेंगे, the panel will, उनका भी जरा दिल चाहेगा ज्यादा एनर्जी के साथ डिस्कशन करने का. So can we have all you on the stage? आप लोग प्लीज आके हैव अ सीट. And cordless.
Check.
So Faiz, the stage over to you. And again, a very humble request to keep a check on the time. Thank you.
चले मैं वैसे भी मतलब अभी इसलिए कर लेते हैं
चल नहीं रहा.
हेलो.
बहुत है.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. Checking. Hello.
Check. Okay. All right, Assalamu alaikum. I think we have 34 minutes and बड़ा ज़बरदस्त पैनल है हमारे साथ और कोशिश करूँगा कि I think it's a combination of vendor and customer and so and plus we have some non-technical chief business officer Mr. Naufal from Bank of Punjab as well. So हम जो है वो एक customer का and non-cyber security का perspective भी जो है वो लेंगे. So I would let the panelists introduce yourself and then we will start the discussion on autonomous response and how much should we trust AI.
Okay, ji. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Sohail Khan. I'm the CTO at Access Group, and I've been working with them for 2 years, and I just want to keep it there. Thank you.
Ji, good afternoon. My name is Mirza Asrar Beg. I'm the CEO and founder of CTM 360.
बहुत शुक्रिया फैज़. मेरा नाम नौफल दाऊद है. मैं बैंक ऑफ पंजाब का चीफ डिजिटल ऑफिसर हूँ और बैंक ऑफ पंजाब currently is the largest digital lender in the country with the largest credit card base and the fastest growing acquiring network. So it is very understandable why today's event is of utmost importance for us in addition to for all the normal reasons. So excited to be here. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. This is Umair Sheikh. I'm leading Trend AI in Pakistan as our country director, Pakistan and Afghanistan.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum. I'm Shiraz. I'm part of UBL working as a chief experience officer. Non-technical admin. I'm one of those people in the bank who are looking for AI initiatives to go into production and get some productivity and use information security in the bank very frequently. But I have in this panel, I can give you an idea how we want to execute this AI initiatives run with this all security.
Thank you. All right, thank you. So I think the topic is AI pe we have been talking about and different panelists and different speakers have talked about AI and इस पे जो है वो I would open up to the panel and I think जो है वो पहला सवाल मैं जो है दाऊद साहब से जो है वो नौफल साहब से जो है वो करूँगा कि I think since you bring the non-cyber security and customer perspective and now you are seeing कि AI की जो है वो adoption हो रही है and you are seeing AI is being used in different departments, especially in cyber security since you manage the business. How do you see that if cyber security comes and it says that I would have customers information blocked automatically by AI, how would you take it? मतलब business का perspective, customer का perspective क्या होगा? आप उसको किस तरह देखते हैं?
बहुत शुक्रिया फैज़ और स्पेशली मुझे मौका देने का कि मैं गुफ्तगू की शुरुआत कर सकूं. आपका जो आज का टॉपिक है जब वो मैंने पढ़ा तो आई वाज वेरी इंट्रिग्ड बाय इट बिकॉज लिटरली अगर मैं उसको रिपीट करूं ऑटोनमस रिस्पांस, हाउ मच शुड वी ट्रस्ट एआई टू एक्ट विदाउट अ ह्यूमन. फैज, इस सवाल के अंदर एक अजम्पशन पिन्हा है. जब लफ्ज़ ट्रस्ट आता है तो ये सवाल एक्चुअली ये कह रहा है कि शुड वी ट्रस्ट द एआई सिस्टम और शुड वी ब्रिंग इन द ह्यूमन सो दैट देयर इज अ सेकेंडरी ट्रस्ट एलिमेंट इन दैट सिस्टम. नाउ विच लेड मी टू थिंक, और एक काउंटर इंट्यूटिव सा नैरेटिव मेरे दिमाग में जन्म दिया जो कि मैं आज इस गैदरिंग में पेश करना चाहता हूँ. आई एम फुली अवेयर कि आई एम सिटिंग अमंग्स द लीडिंग प्रैक्टिशनर्स ऑफ साइबर सिक्योरिटी ऑफ द कंट्री एंड इंडीड द रीजन एज वेल. और टेक्निकल मामलात के ऊपर मेरी जो ऑफ टेक है वो आपने जैसा कि इंट्रो में भी कहा गालिबन वर्थ नोटिंग नहीं है. बट इस ट्रस्ट के लफ्ज़ को मैं एक्सपेंड करना चाहता हूँ दो कॉन्टेक्स्ट के अंदर. मेरा आर्गुमेंट ये है कि किसी भी एआई सिस्टम, इनफैक्ट किसी भी ऑटोमेटेड सिस्टम के अंदर ह्यूमन की रिक्वायरमेंट कतन इस वजह से नहीं रहती क्योंकि कोई भी ह्यूमन किसी भी सिस्टम को, चाहे वो एक नॉर्मल रूल बेस्ड ऑटोमेशन है या एक सेल्फ लर्निंग जनरेटिव एआई बेस्ड मॉडल है, उसको कभी भी कैपेबिलिटी, स्पीड और वॉल्यूम पे बीट नहीं कर सकता. सो मेरे नज़दीक दिस इज अ मूट पॉइंट व्हेन वी पुट द लव ट्रस्ट सॉल्यूशन. द क्वेश्चन स्टार्ट्स कि देन व्हाट इज द ह्यूमन फॉर. मेरा नैरेटिव और उसका पहला हिस्सा जो मैं आपके सामने पेश करना चाहता हूँ वो ये है कि द ह्यूमन इज देयर फॉर अकाउंटेबिलिटी. एंड बिकॉज अ रूल बेस्ड system graduating into a model based AI system गवर्नेंस के हवाले से जो चैलेंजेस थ्रो करता है, वी नीड टू पार्क इट समवेयर. और उसको पार्क करने के लिए मैं कोई स्केप गोट के हवाले से जिक्र नहीं कर रहा, बट आई एम एक्चुअली पुटिंग अ ह्यूमन इन द लूप, ताकि कल को जब एक कॉन्ट्रा फैक्चुअल पोजीशन लेके कोई कस्टमर आता है कि आपने मेरा अकाउंट गलत ब्लॉक किया या आपने मेरी ट्रांजैक्शन गलत रिजेक्ट की, तो देयर इज समवन हु कैन गिव दैट आर्गुमेंट. Now, things were simpler when we had rule-based, and we still do have rule-based system. And जितनी भी organizations आज इस जगह बैठी हैं, all of us do that. हमारा जो velocity of financial transactions है, that runs into 40 million transactions per day, and all of us practice rule-based systems. वो इसलिए कंटिन्यू करता गया बिकॉज दीज आर लीनियर रूल्स, दीज आर स्टैटिक रूल्स, दीज आर एक्सप्लेनेबल, these are auditable. Now, when we start moving from a rule-based system, मैं specifically audience को ये बताऊँ कि मेरे दिमाग में इस वक्त जो system की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ वो monitoring, transaction alerts और इसके systems की बात कर रहा हूँ. When we move towards a model-based, generative AI-based system, then this explainability, hence accountability का जो matter है ये grey होने जाता है. Which brings me to my second argument, and I'll put my argument and then stop and give the other parties a chance. और वो argument ये है कि conceptually, as we are moving towards adopting more AI-based alert systems and transaction monitoring systems, we are actually limiting the scope of applicability अगर हम rule of accountability को ज़हन में रखेंगे. Because more and more such use cases will become harder and harder for organizations to defend in front of our customers, in front of our stakeholders, our regulators. हमारे बैंकिंग मोत्सब के सामने जब वो सवाल पूछेंगे कि भाई ये बताइए कि ये ट्रांजैक्शन रिजेक्ट क्यों हुई, we at best may be able to give the weights of the model, the logic of the model, but we will not be able to give the right answer. And finally, as these models learn with the data, their own vision will change. So I'll conclude my initial comments with two guzarishat. Pehla ye कि the requirement of the human is not there because of the trust, but because of the accountability / auditability. And secondly, the governance framework, as we move towards the AI model, we need to keep in mind कि ये अगर हमने इसके governance को adopt ना किया, तो हमारी applicability का जो scope है वो narrow से narrow होता है. I'll stop and thank you.
No, thank you so much. I think that's what I wanted you to bring in कि जो perspective है as a business, how do you see? And you raised some very important points. और इसी को लेते हुए मैं मिर्जा साहब को जो है वो क्वेश्चन करूँगा क्योंकि since you have been providing phishing takedown services for many years, and you have been working with a lot of customers in the region. So I'm sure you have been doing autonomous blocking, autonomous takedown, and so what makes it safe? Just like he said, how can they trust autonomous blocking and AI? So what's your take on this? How do you take this argument?
So going forward, इस तरह की कोई भी चीज़ को आप देखेंगे ना, आपके पास दो पर्सपेक्टिव है. एक आप देखते हैं कि चैलेंजेस की तरफ से, और दूसरा आप देखते हैं अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ की तरफ से. तो मेरा हम्बल व्यू जो है ना, वो अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ की तरफ बहुत ज़्यादा है, चैलेंजेस की तरफ नहीं है. सो हम जब ये कहते हैं कि कल को AI अनसुपरवाइज्ड कर सकती है कुछ, ना सिर्फ कर सकती है बल्कि करेगी.
बिल्कुल.
और जो अगर हम उस बैरियर को अपने जहन से आज नहीं निकालेंगे
तो इवेंचुअली निकालना
तो
पड़ेगा.
कोई और कर लेगा, फिर आप पीछे रह जाएंगे.
बिल्कुल.
देखें, आज बहुत सारे कंसर्न्स आते हैं. आपने राइटफुली कहा कि आपके पास रूल बेस्ड कोई वो होगा. चीज़ ये है कि ये हम आज करंट जो रूल्स हैं, करंट जो हमारे या हम उसके हवाले से सोच रहे हैं. जब पहली दफा आया था है, और इसको यूज करना और उसकी अपॉर्चुनिटीज को लेवरेज करना ज्यादा जरूरी है. उनके कंसर्न्स अपनी हमारे होंगे. अगर मैं आज एक चीज बता रहा था कि कल को सर्जरीज, हाईली प्रिसिशन सर्जरीज अनसुपरवाइज्ड, अगर एक ऑटोनमस रोबोट करेगा तो उससे ज़्यादा तो और क्या प्रिसिशन चाहिए होगी.
आई थिंक इसमें एक और पर्सपेक्टिव, वही जो मैं बात कर रहा था कि 95% तो जो है ना, वो अगर कोई कॉम्प्लेक्स हार्ट सर्जरी आ गई ना, फिर तो ह्यूमन ही आएगा. तो आई थिंक
AGI नहीं सोच रहे. आप AGI नहीं.
आई थिंक इट्स ऑल अबाउट लर्निंग एंड अडॉप्शन. हाउ मच आर यू गोइंग टू ट्रस्ट? जैसे मुझे अगर किसी रोबोट से ऑपरेशन कराना, आई थिंक आई वोंट ट्रस्ट दैट राइट नाउ. मे बी इन कपल ऑफ इयर्स आई कैन डू दैट, क्योंकि वो आई थिंक वो जो, एंड दिस इज व्हाट आई थिंक वी ऑल हियर
तो बड़ी सिंपल है कि आज आपको अपना एक्सरे रीड करवाना हो तो क्या आप डॉक्टर से रीड करवाएंगे, AI से रीड करवाएंगे?
डेफिनेटली मैं तो डॉक्टर से रीड कराऊंगा अभी.
ठीक है ना. ये अब आपकी सोच है, लेकिन बहुत सारी दुनिया जो है,
मतलब US वगैरह में
डॉक्टर्स बहुत परेशान है कि मरीज जो है सारा कुछ करके उनके पास जाता है और ऐसे सवाल करता है.
बिल्कुल, हर इंडस्ट्री में आई थिंक ये हो रहा है. लोग जो ह्यूमन हैं, दे फील इनसिक्योर कि उनकी जॉब जो है वो जा रही है एंड AI इज बीइंग रिप्लेस्ड. सो आई थिंक दिस इज अ रेवोल्यूशन एंड दिस इज अ ट्रांजिशन दैट इज गोइंग टू हैपन. और उसकी जो अडॉप्शन है, इसी को लेते हुए जो है वो मैं शिराज साहब से जो है यूबिल सवाल करता हूँ कि जैसे हमारी बात हो रही है AI की अडॉप्शन के ऊपर. सो who is accountable when AI takes a decision and blocks an IP, or it's a wrong IP, or it's a wrong user? Who's accountable for it? It's an analyst, it's the CIO, it's the CISO. कौन उसका accountable होगा if there is a decision that's taken wrong by AI? जी.
के ऊपर वो मेरा काम सही कर रहा है, अपना कंफर्ट देखते हैं,
बिल्कुल.
और इधर करेगा. एक वक्त आएगा कि जो एक वक्त आएगा कि काम हो होगा, वो पूरा नहीं सारी चीजें जरूर. बट अगर आज आप बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री को देखते हैं, हमारे बहुत सारी चीजें जिनको हम स्केल करना चाहते हैं, नंबर ऑफ कॉल्स हैं, नंबर ऑफ कंप्लेंट्स आते हैं, उसमें से कुछ ऐसी चीजें अवेलेबल हैं जिनको यू नीड ह्यूमन टू एक्चुअली गो एंड यूज इट. सो उनको एडॉप्ट करें, उनको हटाएं वहां से, और कॉम्प्लेक्स चीजों के लिए start running your AI infrastructure to learn those complex things. my first enterprise architect and CPA solution is as a low Java so those are the adoptions we need to go and follow. But your answer that इसके business perspective से मैं आपको बताऊँ हम excitement होती है चीज़ देखी पसंद आई आपने get it right to the adoption security department and I did this is the downside, right? Once there is a breach, I am no expert to see what happened. ये लगा हुआ नहीं लगा हुआ उसने डेटा को ओपन होगा so eventually I think goes back to the adoption security to evaluate the product. So business will continue asking for these solutions and there are so many solutions for email, for your voice and your chat and everything, everywhere is there. So you need to look for these expert in the organization and then follow those.
Yeah. No, thank you so much. I think this is what these panels and discussions will help us adopt क्योंकि अभी ये हर इंडस्ट्री में इसकी adoption हो रही है and this is what governance की जैसे बात हुई regulators की बात हुई so ये बहुत सारी जो है अभी unanswered questions हैं जो कि we will adopt and जिस तरह हमने दूसरी इंडस्ट्रीज में देखा है और उसमें देखा है तो इसी को देखते हुए मैं उमैर ट्रेंड माइक्रो ट्रेंड एआई से जो है वो डिफरेंट जो है वो कस्टमर्स के साथ जो है वो ट्रेंड माइक्रो काम करता है एंड अपने एक्सपीरियंस करा होगा सो एंड lot of vendors are talking about automated response how do you prevent AI from taking a wrong action just like we have been talking so what's your take on this how do you do that
Okay, so first of all, let me give you my 2 cents on. This is audible?
आवाज
Okay. So first of all, my 2 cents on the discussion. So what I believe, common response should be based on the risk and the impact. Okay, so what risk is there and what is the impact of that response? So for example, if the low risk, low impact, and the action is reversible, so maybe you can trust the AI to take the action autonomously. Okay. Similarly, if the medium, maybe AI recommend and human can improvise. Similarly, if the risk is high, impact is high, so यहाँ पे आते हुए now you media cannot trust the totally AI because if AI maybe isolate the endpoint, it is okay for the bank, but if AI down the whole banking, it's a more disaster as compared to the engineering. So this is something that every organization should consider. So maybe the autonomous response based on the impact and the risk that we carry. In Trend Micro, we have a similar approach because we use AI throughout the security lifecycle in our XDR platform. But definitely, it is controlled by the predefined rules, policies, impact, confidence level. So, for example, if any malware or malicious activity identified, so we don't take the we don't unlimited trust on the AI. So our process we correlate the multiple layers with telemetry data. We check the asset profiling, asset profiling, and then definitely if we have a confidence, we take the action on the predefined rules. So the customer tells A, B, so we actually accountability to every customer की तरफ होती है कि what kind of autonomous response आप सेट करना चाहते हैं. So maybe if you said कि आपके पास एक बड़ी स्टेशन है, कोई malware detect होता है, कोई ransomware की activity behavior detect होता है, we can isolate that. But maybe if there is a critical server, so maybe now you need some supervision. This not should be the autonomous. So this is how Trend Micro basically use AI. But we never say कि आप totally जो है वो autonomous करते हैं इसको और AI के ऊपर depend है.
So इसी को continue करते हैं. Anas from Kaspersky, I would ask, we have been talking about autonomous platforms. So what do you see in autonomous AI response today? If you can give some examples, what kind of autonomous response are we seeing, and what's your take on this? Okay, thank you. आपसे सॉरी जो है वो सुहेल सवाल करता हूँ. बेसिकली हम ऑटोमेटेड रिस्पॉन्स की बात करें, एंड यू bring a vendor opinion. So what's your take? Will your customer trust today to let AI isolate an endpoint at 2 a.m. at the night?
Achha, first of all, I like to disarm the room by saying that we have been using AI for a lot more than everybody is imagining it to be, by the way. Because our systems that we trust, so-called, they have been in place for over 20 years. Like, for example, spam filter, आपका XDR है, EDR है. It blocks your current easier thing. The point is that nobody is calling it AI autonomy or getting scared of that, because it's something that has been done and it's called a policy. Nobody is worried about that. It's making a decision, something that will offshoot whatever exposed threat that you might have. सही है? तो उसमें at the end of the day, trust is not the right word to be associated with AI. I would say trust is more associated with the authorization that you have built within your systems. So it's very important to, I guess, associate the right thing with the right. Usme, what I actually really liked when Kashif from Cisco, he said he's not too worried about AI. So even though that was start of his speech, again for me that was the key point. The thing is enterprise solutions, they are already have been built for the last, let's say, 10 years on the basis of, let's say, IAM and these technologies, which selectively just gives you the right to do something, right? और दूसरी तरफ अगर मैं आपको, let's say, AI की वो बताऊं कि AI की association human के साथ क्या है, so human usually take time because they want to, let's say, depending on the enormity of the situation, they might take some time to make that decision. The reason why we are maybe on the edge is because AI can make those decisions within few seconds. The point is, okay, let it make the decisions, but the thing is, your systems need to be put in place where the things are safe. Even if, for example, in the night, जिससे आपने पूछा, 2 बजे कोई decision लेता भी है, तो मैं अपनी टीम से बोलता हूँ बार-बार कि I usually just equate an agent with an actual person. अगर वो बंदा भी रात के 2 बजे suppose कोई decision गलत लेगा, तो as long as I have the checks and balances, the maker checker, the 2 eyes, 4 eyes concept, then it's not going to happen. It's only going to do as much as you have allowed it to happen. So ये बहुत important point है, I would say. And the other thing is, to be honest, like जो मिर्जा साहब ने बात की है, कि to associate the opportunities with it, that's where our focus should be. Because essentially opportunities mean that we can use AI to develop systems very quickly that will actually like work with each other. So the AI versus AI, which I think I've been calling it for 2 years now. Up there's somebody called it out today as well. तो उसमें यही होगा कि like we have a wall, and that wall is essentially on one side there's an AI that's trying to like fix the problems that might happen, और इसका जो weakest link है ना, उसको दूसरी तरफ से somebody is trying to penetrate, and that is now AI as well. So the main talk that I like to have, like to you guys to focus on, कि अगले 5 साल में, 2 साल में, 1 साल में क्या होगा, because that's where the key discussions need to happen today for it to become a wise move.
Yeah, I think बिल्कुल सबका जो फीडबैक रहा है वो यही रहा है कि अभी हम AI को इतना ट्रस्ट कर रहे हैं कि it hands over the wheel to a human. So there is going to be a human in the loop. So we see a lot of people talking about autonomy और कहते हैं कि अच्छा ये लगाने से मेरे L1s replace हो जाएंगे, मुझे L2s की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, मुझे 100 के स्टाफ की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. So I think आप सबने यही कहा है कि humans will always, for a while, will stay in the loop. They will be, and that's the reason I think मैं अपनी talk में भी कहा था कि what level of autonomy are we talking about? लोग बोलते तो हैं कि L4 and L5 automation है, but I don't think anybody is driving cyber security on its own. So that's where L3 automation comes in, where it works on बहुत known use cases पे काम कर रहा है, लेकिन जहाँ पे कोई, जैसे आपने बताया कि मेडिकल में हार्ट सर्जरी को कॉम्प्लेक्स आ जाएगी तो वहाँ पे कोई ह्यूमन ही आएगा और रोबोट शायद कुछ सालों में कर सके. तो आई थिंक साइबर सिक्योरिटी में भी आई थिंक अभी हम उसी स्टेज पर है कि हाउ मच कैन वी लेट AI कंट्रोल द साइबर सिक्योरिटी एंड देन लेट अ ह्यूमन टेक दैट व्हील. मे बी डाउन द रोड वंस इट लर्न्स फ्रॉम योर एनवायरनमेंट इट शुड बी एबल टू टेक दोस डिसीजंस ऑटोमेटिकली एज वेल.
डिफरेंट व्यू है तो मैं
जी बिल्कुल मैं आप ही को दे रहा था कि आप इसमें जो है वो
नहीं, वो ह्यूमंस नहीं, वो कंप्यूटर्स और बड़ी जल्दी कर लेंगे.
चले
हमें थोड़ा सा अपना नैरेटिव एक समझना है. हम सारे कंट्री हमारी पाकिस्तान है, हर एक के दुनिया में जो भी इंसान है किसी ना किसी मुल्क को बिलोंग करता है. ये नैरेटिव बदल रहा है और बहुत जल्द बदल जाएगा. आपके पास पासपोर्ट अपने मुल्क का नहीं होगा.
जी बिल्कुल.
मुल्क एक सिर्फ पोर्टल रह जाएगा. आपकी असल सिटीजनशिप होगी कंपनी की, गूगल की, अमेजॉन की, एंथ्रोपिक की. किसकी सिटीजनशिप है आपकी? ये टोटल डिफरेंट फ्रेम है. आप ऑलरेडी उसमें आधे हैं. हम यहाँ सब बैठे हुए हैं, किसका डेटा उनके पास नहीं है? मेटा के पास सबका डेटा है, गूगल के पास सबका डेटा है, उन सब के पास हमारा डेटा है. तो इससे हम उनके सिटीजन बन चुके हैं. वो हमारी लाइफ अभी कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं, हमें उसका इदराक नहीं है. वो कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं.
लेकिन सवाल ये कि कब तक
वो ही करेंगे और हमें उससे लेवरेज लेना है. अब हमें उससे छोड़ना नहीं है. हम जितना छोड़ेंगे उतना हम फंसेंगे.
चलिए आई थिंक इस पे मैं और पे थोड़ा जो है मैं नौफल साहब को दूंगा. इस पे मैं एक कमेंट कर देता हूँ कि आई थिंक अभी तो हम ट्रस्ट कर रहे हैं गूगल पे और इन सब पे, लेकिन अभी जब जो है वो क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग आ जाएगी और आपका सबका डेटा डिक्रिप्ट हो जाएगा, जब सब हाइपर लोकल पे जाने की बात करेंगे जो कि कंट्रीज ऑलरेडी जिस पे काम कर रही हैं, देन व्हाट्स आवर टेक ऑन दैट?
कंट्रीज नहीं रहेंगी. कंट्रीज रहेंगी नहीं.
ये एक लंबी डिबेट है. आई थिंक वी विल टॉक अबाउट. जी नौफल साहब आप इसमें.
उमर साहब का जो एंथुसियाज्म है वो इन्फेक्शियस है और इतने जब वो जज्बात से बात करते हैं तो आधा मैं भी यकीन करने लग जाता हूँ. बट बिसाइड्स द पॉइंट, मैंने अपनी जो इब्तदाइया था उसमें द फर्स्ट पार्ट ऑफ माई आर्गुमेंट वाज के हाउ ट्रस्ट इज प्रोबेबली नॉट द राइट वर्ड एंड हाउ द adoption or graduation from a what I again call lack of my understanding a rule-based automated response system to a self-learning based automated response system will warrant a certain level of governance जो कि probably हर sector के लिए फर्क होगी. For example, I come from the financial sector. मेरे लिए इसके बगैर कोई चारा है ही नहीं कि जो millions of transactions रोज की बुनियाद पे हो रही हैं उनको non-human based पे निपटा जाए. इसके अलावा कोई चारा है ही नहीं. There is absolutely no way कि कोई ह्यूमन किसी किस्म की उस पर इंटरजेक्शन कर सकता है. I mean, there can be use cases within financial industry, especially information security के हवाले से, जो अभी हमारे colleagues बात कर रहे थे, where that human decision can be built in, but then there are cases जहाँ पे नहीं है. मैं आपको एक और example देता हूँ. We are all fascinated by the self-drive concept. Now self-drive concept eventually अगर end में जाकर भी यही कहेगा कि जी this is fully automated, लेकिन उस लेकिन के आगे उसकी सारी यूएसपी खत्म हो जाएगी. सो व्हाट इज आल्सो हैपनिंग एज सेकंड पार्ट ऑफ माय आर्गुमेंट इज दैट हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं जेन्युइनली जहां पे वी नीड टू टेक द ह्यूमन आउट ऑफ द सिस्टम कंप्लीटली. माय आर्गुमेंट ओनली इज दिस दैट दिस मीन्स that there cannot be an indiscriminate application of self-learning AI models across the spectrum. Those use cases will have to be graduated step by step. गालिबन आपने बात की रिवर्सिबिलिटी की. आई थिंक दैट्स फंडामेंटली मैंने और ट्रैकेबिलिटी की बात की. दैट्स माय आर्गुमेंट इन माय इंडस्ट्री कि आवर इंडस्ट्री on human interference with self-learning automated response models. Having said that, not every use case and not every situation will warrant an application.
Definitely. So I think time कम है. मैं सब पैनलिस्ट को अपने लास्ट फ्यू एक कुछ सेकंड्स दूंगा. उमेर आपसे, देन शिराज, क्योंकि टाइम 3 मिनट्स रह गए. सो क्लोजिंग, सो व्हाई नॉट जस्ट योर क्लोजिंग रिमार्क्स अबाउट द डिस्कशन. आई थिंक काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग डिस्कशन रहा है. सो व्हाट्स योर टेक एंड फाइनल कमेंट्स ऑन दिस.
हमेशा आपके पास ये पॉइंट होगा कि आपने एग्रीगेट करना है. जैसे रोहित साहब ने कहा, they cannot handle the million of transactions. Yes, this is the repetitive, this is some kind of low risk, low impactful transactions they can handle. But I think आप कोई बड़ा जो ट्रांजेक्शन है, जो क्रिटिकल ट्रांजेक्शन है, वो पूरी उसके ऊपर AI के ऊपर नहीं करना चाहिए. Just because of the huge financial loss maybe or customer. Yes, we are adopting AI. जैसे अभी बात करी, लेकिन AI में जो अभी तक गैप्स हैं, वो कंटेंट्स की बात नहीं करता, वो कंडीशंस की बात नहीं करता, वो एनवायरनमेंट को जज नहीं कर सकता. जो आपके पास इमोशंस हैं, आप उस पर बात नहीं कर सकते. तो मैं एक छोटी सी एग्जांपल दूँ. अगर आप एयरपोर्ट पे ओवर वेटेज बैग के साथ जाते हैं तो AI विल नॉट अलाउ यू. ओके, नेवर. बट मे बी द काउंटर के ऊपर जो पर्सन बैठा हुआ है वो आपको अलाउ कर देगा. Some conditions जहाँ पे पास करने में और टास्क हैं जो कि लो लेवल टास्क हैं वो AI से हो रहे हैं. बाकी आप जो है वो उसमें आपकी
थैंक यू. शिराज. दैट्स 5%. जब ट्रैफिक मिलती है ना हाईवे पे तो ड्राइव हो जाती है. जब जी and driving, yes, yeah. Vehicle, yes. जी, वो जो है वो वाइब्रेट करता है. definitely, हाँ वक्त के साथ I think that's what we need to last में सोहेल साहब आपका जो है वो
अच्छा तो we all have lofty goals और हमेशा we should all aim for the stars. So I want to finish it on a quote I kind of memorized. You don't rise to the level of the goals you have. You fall to the level of systems you developed. So as long as you have the systems, you'll be fine.
Thank you so much. Thank you all the panelists. I think it was a great discussion. Sorry, we are time's up. And thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
किस कंपनी के सिटीजन बनना चाहेंगे यार ये बात
Thank you, gentlemen. I hope everybody has understood how much we should trust AI in terms of decision making. Thank you, all our panelists and our respected moderator. We now turn our attention to another critical issue facing organization in today's interconnected world, which is data sovereignty. As organizations accelerate digital transformation and increasingly depend on global technology ecosystems, questions are where data resides, who controls it, and how it is protected have become, and how its protection have become increasingly important. So to discuss the above topic, our next speaker will explore this important subject in data sovereignty and digital transformation. Please welcome very dear Mr. Tariq Otman, Regional Sales Manager, Thales. Please give him a big round of applause for Mr. Tariq Otman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Tariq Osman. I'm the Regional Sales Manager in Thales, looking after Pakistan and other regions. I'm so happy today and delighted to be among you, among leaders of the digital transformation initiatives in Pakistan. So today I'm not going to talk about products. I'll spend the next 15 minutes to talk about challenges customer and organization will face and how Thales can help in terms of the digital transformation journey with any organization go through. So cybersecurity, it's not an IT issue anymore. It's a business issue, and it is something definitely we need to look into it. And today I'm going to take you through a couple of challenges organization can face and what kind of impacts in terms of business it can face, and how can Thales accommodate those situations. Okay. So before we start, I just want to give you a brief about Thales. Thales is a multinational French company. It resides in a lot of countries with more than 80,000 employees across the world. I'm sure that you are involved with Thales somehow. So Thales, it's not only an aerospace or a defense or a telecom or a cybersecurity company. I'm sure that when you use your passport, it's a pretty big opportunity that it's a Thales product. When you use your credit card, when you do your payment transaction, when you are in the plane using the entertainment system, it's a big chance that it's a Thales product. What I'm trying to say is that Thales is a group of companies involved in so many industries and to support the digital transformation for a lot of organizations. Because trust is important and innovation is always aligned with trust. And Thales always can help you to build this trust with your customers. Okay. Sorry. So I've been coming to Pakistan for the last 3 years continuously, and I can see that there is a lot of initiatives in terms of regulations, in terms of technology, is been already adopted, and we can see there is more focus when it comes to the cybersecurity. When we talk about banking sector, we see that a lot of banks, or most of the banks, you can use the mobile application, the services are online, you can do the payments as well, Apple Pay and so on. Government sector, you can finalize most of your queries through a digital platform. Telecom companies as well. So with this kind of digital transformation across all sectors, the question is, how do you protect your digital trust with customers? And this question should be raised always. And as Thales, we will take you through several situations and challenges, and we will provide you of how Thales can accommodate those situations. So the first scenario we're going to talk about today is, imagine you are a CISO and you receive a call at 4 in the morning. Your data has been compromised by ransomware. So your data is already compromised. Your operation is disrupted. You already violated your compliance regulations. And what you can do about it? And the question is, the question shouldn't be, how should I recover? The question is, what I'm going to do to protect it. So the impact is big. And of course, the impact, it's not only about your systems. Your data is already compromised. Your data is already compromised your data is already compromised. So the question is, how do we protect this? Encryption solutions is always a solution we can always suggest. What we do in Thales is we provide the file-level encryption, database encryption, and all kind of data we can protect. And we do provide as well key management solution. So when we talk about encryption, imagine it like you have a store, a room with all your valuable assets inside. And you lock the keys of this door, but you leave the keys only in this door. So anybody can pass can just open the door and take everything they need from the valuable data. So it's not only about encryption, it's about managing the keys of those encryption. And in Thales, we always provide you with encryption whenever the data resides, either in the application, in the file, in the database. We provide you with data with tokenization and data masking as well. And we have provided you as well with a platform to manage those keys. So we help you to build a trust with the customers and to protect your valuable jewels, which is the data. In the second scenario, the risk is not from outside. The risk is from inside. So imagine that a privileged database admin has access to your databases. So he exploded thousands of documents from your database. Nobody can know. Not even a firewall, not even antivirus, not even an IPS, because they have privilege to access to this data. Now, what are you going to do about it? You already violated your regulations, you already exploited your data, you already put all your customer data in risk. So the impact is big, and of course it has a negative impact as an organization, whether it's government, whether it's banking especially, to your customers, that the data is exploited, not from outside, but from inside as an authorized user. So what we provide in Thales is data activity and monitoring. It's a solution which we acquired 2 years ago, and it has many features. So it's not only about visibility on who's accessing the data, it has AI features to identify the unusual and suspicious behavior. So let's say if the data is compromised and exploited from an authorized user, you will receive notification in real time about those suspicious activities. Not only this, but also those users are already, we have an AI learning feature which study the behavior of those users. For example, if a user is usually he's accessing the data from 9 to 6, but unusual behavior, he will access it, let's say, in midnight. It will give you a real-time notification. Another example, if this data, if this user is authorized only to access or to download certain number of documents, and he exceeded those kind of documents, you receive immediately a notification about it. All those features are AI generated, and it gives you a real-time notification. And the solution as well helps you to comply with your regulation. It helps you to secure your data, and it gives you visibility of who's accessing the data. So here, you're not only protecting the most valuable jewel in your data, in your databases, you're complying with the compliance regulations, and you are building and protecting and maintaining the trust with the customers. So when we talk about payment security, I know that especially with a financial institution, there are millions of transactions happening. And customers, when they are doing any payment transaction, to be honest, they only care that this payment transaction is secured. But behind the scenes, there is a lot of things happening, as you know. So you build the trust, you maintain the relation with the customer to make sure that this payment is secured and there is no interruption to the operation. So Thales has been always providing a solution. I know that most of the banks has it, and it's called Payment HSM, PayShield. And this solution is to help and protect the payment transaction with the customers, to secure it, and comply with the regulations, especially with the PCI DSS. So digital identity is a big topic, especially when it comes to the government sector. And I believe that, especially with the government sector, we can see more services coming into the digital platforms, so you can proceed with any inquiry, with any document, with any digital signature through an app or through a digital platform. But the question arises, how do I make sure that this person who's doing this kind of service is the person who's claiming that he is? So, of course, aligning with the PKI vendor, we provide network HSM. So in order to proceed with the cryptographic operation, you need an HSM to manage and secure those keys. So HSM, consider it as the safest place in the world. It is where it's like a black box where you can keep and keep the keys safe, and it provides and accommodates other use cases as well. Not only about digital signature, not only the code signing, it secures the cryptographic operation as well for if you have a use case, let's say for Palo Alto, F5, any other vendors for the SSL offloading, those keys need to be protected and secured in an HSM. And this is where Thales provide, and it's a FIPS certified box. It can comply with the PCI DSS, with all the global and local regulations as well. Yeah, I can see that everybody is talking about AI today. And Thales is innovative, and when it comes to the AI, we do provide solutions which are aligned with the AI trend and initiatives in the market. So when we talk about AI, we know that banks want to use AI. So, but when we talk about AI, we're talking about customer data. And the question goes again, how to protect the digital identity of those customers? How to protect the data itself? So what we provide in order to maintain the digital trust for the customers and the organization, we provide tokenization for AI. We provide encryption as well when it comes to the AI. And when the data resides in the cloud, I'm not sure how Pakistan is ready for the AI, for the cloud, but I do believe that there are more services are hosted in the cloud. So users need to make sure that their transactions and their data are secured in the cloud. And this is where we come as a vendor, as Thales, to protect the data, even if it's in the cloud, by bring your own keys, bring your own encryption features, and to make sure that the data are protected and to maintain the compliance regulation as well. So these are for the scenarios when we speak about. We spoke about the ransomware, and we spoke about the inside threats. We had a brief about the digital transformation when it comes to the government sector and digital identities. And we gone through the AI and the cloud briefly. So the question is, this is all our incredible initiatives and opportunities to the market. But security shouldn't be against innovation. It should be always aligned with. And this is where Thales comes across to make sure that when you are facing any use case, such the one which we have mentioned today, your data is secured, your operation is secured, your customers are happy and maintaining the relation with you, and the trust is there. So even when it comes to the compliance regulations, through my visits in Pakistan, I came across a lot of discussions with a lot of market leaders when it comes to the cybersecurity. And I understand that there are initiatives, especially in terms of the cyber shield, which is one of the major initiatives for the financial institution. I've gone through, and we have gone through all the points. We do provide and we do accommodate many points of those in this regulation. We would be more than happy to discuss it and sit with you and see how we can collaborate and assist you in complying with those regulations. That's it from my side. Thank you very much. We do have a stand outside today, and I'm ready to ready to answer any questions you have. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Tariq, and all the best to you and Thales for the upcoming project and for your bright future. Quickly moving on to the next session, AI is changing the way security teams detect, analyze, and respond to enhance security operations and help security teams become faster and more effective. Please welcome Mr. Mohammad Arsalan, Team Lead Systems Engineering, Fortinet, who will speak on AI-driven SecOps. Please welcome Mr. Arsalan on the stage. Please give him a big round of applause.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Mohammad Arsalan, and I am the team lead systems engineering Fortinet, based out of Karachi. So today, my topic is AI-driven security operations center, SecOps platform, where we are actually discussing that how Fortinet is delivering the SOC platform, how we are leveraging the AI, and how we are helping organizations to actually start building from the low maturity to the higher maturity SOC platforms. So let's start. Okay. So I'm going to start with a code that there are only two types of companies, those that have been hacked and those that will be hacked. So why we are saying this? Because we are entering, I'm not sure what's happening. Can you fix this? So why we are saying this? Because security operations is actually entering the machine speed era. So we have seen, and we have seen several incidents in the past as well, that how attackers are leveraging, how they are getting more and more sophisticated, how they are leveraging the AI to attack an organization. So there have been incidents where attackers have leveraged AI, GPUs, a lot of other stuff leveraging the AI to attack an organization. So, and from the security operations platform, what we usually used to think was the lack of skills or the lack of resources is actually the problem. But with the machine speed threats, I mean, if you keep on improving the number of resources or keep on topping up the talent, will you be able to cope up with the machine speed attacks? No, right? So the challenge today is an outdated SOC model. Because most of the SOC models, most of the SOC platforms, they are built upon detection and visibility. But when you want to scale up, want to cope up with the AI-based it is becoming a one more. Okay, so this data, go back please. So this data is coming from the FortiGuard Threat Intel report from 2025. And if you see the first one, the machine speed threats. So around 36,000 AI-powered scans per second were initiated by the attackers. So 36,000 scans per second. And since the attack surface is also growing, so we are adopting cloud-delivered services. We are adopting a lot of SaaS services. So the attack surface is not limited to one on-prem data center. So it is now evolved. So we have cloud, we have software as a service, a lot of other stuff happening in the cloud, public clouds, private clouds. So 97 billion exploitation attempts globally were detected in that threat intelligence report. The last one is the operational overload. So 67% of the security teams say that the alert fatigue is actually the problem, and they cannot scale their SOC with the increased number of incidents and the alerts that are happening for an organization within the SOC platform. So this data, next slide, please. Yeah, it's working now. Thank you. So I need to press this one, right? So Pakistan threat landscape. This data is actually coming from our FortiGuard labs, right? And if you see the number of activities here, malicious activities, this data is actually representing the first 6 months of 2026. So malicious activities detected for Pakistan was 1.9 billion. Intrusion prevention activities, malware distribution activity, botnet activity. So if you see, it's actually in billions or millions. So this data is only for Pakistan, where attackers are actually trying to get into the organization, attacking an organization with billions of attempts to an organization. So when we talk about the SOC platform, generally the maturity level of the SOC platform lies on a spectrum. So organizations generally move through different stages. So if you are planning to build a SOC platform, you might start from a low maturity level where you only focus on monitoring. And then when you scale up, you employ or deploy automation capabilities within the SOC platform, incident response, automation, so on and so forth. And then you might go up and with 24/7 SOC operations, where you might have threat forensics capabilities. So deploying a SOC, it actually varies from organization to organization. It has different distinct stages where organization goes through different maturity levels, right? So what the modern SOC foundation looks like. The first one is actually, you never know when the attacker is actually going to hit you, right? So you need to have a mechanism, a defense mechanism in place where you have the machine speed and you can stop threats before they spread. So this is the first area where we are focusing with the SOC platform, that defend against attackers, match the machine speed attacks, and make sure the attacks are detected and responded before they spread into the organization. The second one is automation, the automate everything. So if you want to match with machine speed, you have to have an automation mechanism in place where we are leveraging AI and a lot of, for example, the SOAR platform, Security Orchestration Operation Center. So this platform is helping organizations to automate a lot of manual tasks that SOC analysts are working on currently. So if you respond to an attack in an automated fashion, leveraging the AI, you will be able to stop an attack at the very early stages. And then the scalable SOC platform, SecOps platform. So with this, what we mean is if you are building a SOC platform from low maturity and have plans to go up and beyond and build an advanced SOC platform, so that SOC platform should be scalable. So for instance, if you go with maybe 50,000 EPS today, and then you grow up to maybe 100,000, the SOC platform should have the capability to support. It should have a lot of integrations available. So for instance, you have a firewall or an email gateway that you have currently integrated with your SOC platform. And if you are changing it for some reason, maybe going to a better solution, so that SOC platform must have the capability to integrate all the security tools that you have within the organization to make sure you can respond to the attacks and minimize the time to respond and time to detect. So these are three modern SOC foundation in practice, three key use cases. The first one is unifying threat detection and incident response. So how we are actually unifying threat detection? You have to unify security tools. So if you look at the life of the SOC analyst, if he has different SOC tools in place, for instance, he has to go to view alert in one tool and incident response in another tool, that doesn't make sense. So you have to unify all the security tools that are helping a SOC analyst to respond to an attack. The second one is the orchestration and automation, leveraging the AI, we have talked about it. And then we have continuous monitoring and compliance in place, where you have the teams, red teaming, blue teaming, security operations teams, so on and so forth. So they are working in a collaborative manner. And a 24/7 security center you have in place, where you monitor and reduce the attacker's window for the opportunities. This is just to give you an idea how broad the Fortinet SOC platform and the integrations in. So we employ AI at the heart of our SOC platform, which we call it Unified AI SOC platform, that is built on SIEM and SOAR. And then we have different network, cloud, endpoint, mail, and other security tools, along with exposure management, identity security. So they all are connected in an integrated fashion. So they all are, communicating together, sharing threat intelligence, and then we have the SOC platform that leverages AI to actually respond to attacks faster. So as we discussed, that organizations go through a different maturity level. So you can start with a turnkey SOC, where you only have a data lake and threat intel mechanism in place. And then you can adopt advanced SOC platform, which is completely built upon SIEM and SOAR. Or you can opt for a managed SOC platform from Fortinet, where we have the 24/7 teams monitoring for the alerts that are happening within your environment and responding to those alerts and incidents leveraging the FortiSOC. So since, I have seen a lot of discussions around AI. So just wanted to emphasize on how Fortinet is actually leveraging AI into the products. So FortiAI is actually embedded in most of Fortinet products. So this is the Gen AI assistant, where you can interact with that Gen AI chatbot. You can perform investigations, ask questions. Maybe you can ask what needs to be done next to actually respond to this threat. And then now we have the agentic AI capability as well, where an agent on behalf of a human sits within the product, and it can generate prompts against the alerts, and it can completely and autonomously respond, investigate, and detect an incident without any human supervision. So that is the agentic AI that we have available with our Fortinet SOC platform within the product. So I just wanted to, because since we receive a lot of use cases from different customers, and when we are talking about automation and response and respond to the threats, we see a lot of requests from the customer. They want to automate few scenarios. So these are a couple of, one scenario that I actually took from one of the real life use case from a customer. So generally we have seen in Pakistan as well that customers receive a lot of advisories. Either they are coming in from any CERT organization, national CERT, or they have some external attack surface management tool, which is doing some searching on the dark web and providing threat intelligence reports, which are published regularly. So what we can do, come on, man. So we can ingest all those reports, all the advisories into the SOAR platform. The SOAR platform will perform analysis on it. It can extract the IOCs, maybe an IP address or a domain or anything that is considered as an IOC. It will create an alert within the SOC platform and enrich those IOCs. And it performs the threat hunting, real-time threat hunting automatically on the same platform to identify if there is any logs relevant to those IOCs present within the SIM platform. So if the return result is there are events, there are certain logs which are related to that specific IOC, there is a matching event found, we say that, okay, create and correlate events with the alert. We perform the correlation, share the IOC summaries and report with the analyst. So then the analyst can perform a block action on a firewall automatically or after the approval to completely automate this threat intelligence reports published regularly, which are the advisories, to completely automate the blocking of the IOCs on the firewall. This is not limited to firewall only, so it can be done on any security tool. But again, just to give you the idea, the real life scenario that we have seen with a lot of customers, so we are able to completely automate this process with the help of our security operations platform. So and then we close the alert. So that's the end of my presentation. I hope it was informative for you. And thank you so much. We are here. If you have any questions, you can get in touch with us. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Arsalan, for Arsalan साहब चले गए, अब बजर बजाने की जरूरत नहीं है. So thank you, Arsalan, for this wonderful presentation. Quickly moving on to our next very interesting panel for today, which is cloud adoption has transformed the way organizations operate, but then critical national and enterprise data resides on foreign cloud platforms. Questions of sovereignty, control, resilience, and continuity become increasingly important. Our next panel explores critical data on foreign clouds, sovereignty, sabotage, and kill switch question. For this, I would like to invite our moderator, Mr. Muhammad Ali Manzar, CISO, Bank of Punjab, and joining him in the panelist, Mr. Muhammad Ma, Chief Information Security Officer, Faisal Bank, Mr. Ahmed Saeed, Additional Director, State Bank of Pakistan, Mr. Syed Fahad Azam, Chief Information Security Officer, Mizan Bank, Mr. Tausif Aslam, Chief Information Security Officer, Sky 47, Mr. Jawad Khalid Mirza, Chief Information Security Officer, Askari Bank, Mr. Dishan Siddiqui, Chief Information Security Officer, Bank Al-Falah, Mr. Mohsin Sheikh, Chief Executive Officer, Trillium Information Security Systems. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to everyone on the stage. And the stage is over to moderator. Sir, please, again, a humble request, please take care of the time as we are really strict on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Eight chairs. Please have a seat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. यार बैठ जाएं आप मतलब. Thank you. बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. अस्सलाम वालेकुम. मेरा ख्याल है कि तारुफ की ज़रूरत तो नहीं है पैनल की, आप अपना तारुफ हवा बाहर
आप
की
करा
है.
दें यार, मतलब आपने बुलाया है इतनी दूर से, तो मतलब इतना तो तारुफ करवाएं ना.
So, when you answer the queries, maybe the first sentence would be your introduction. So when Faisal bhai approached me and asked me to moderate this session, कि भाई ये cloud sovereignty पे होना है. So when I started compiling my thoughts, it came to me that about a decade ago, we used to ask different questions about cloud. Is it secure? Is it reliable? But now it has changed. What if cloud is part of a geopolitical equation? And over the last, it has become the foundation of AI, payment processing, and a national capability as well. So we have gathered a formidable panel, and hopefully we'll get some an expense of perspectives over this. So how Mahat bhai, beginning with you, of course, the senior most amongst us, has the cybersecurity challenge has actually changed in this AI over cloud, cloud over AI, or AI over cloud era?
Ali, आपकी बात बिल्कुल ठीक है. The situations have drastically changed. I remember the time जब linear provision हुआ करती थी. I'm going to quote certain examples to.
So they can't. आप अपना दे दें.
To my.
This.
I hope I'm audible now. So, I'll just quote some examples. In prior time, we had this linear progression of events or incidents that an attack, when it started, it first going to cross the perimeter and then move on to one layer, then the second layer or third layer. That time or that duration has drastically reduced. Now it's milliseconds. So we don't know how many projections there are for attacks within the bank. That all because of AI. Yes, cloud offers its own challenges, but it's not because of cloud in any way. It's because of the AI. And since cloud hosts a lot of things, so success, achieving another success, that's sort of, a chain that is created through this. Second factor is, something that जो हम लोग सुनते थे कि जी data exfiltration ना हो जाए और दूसरी चीज़ें, that has radically changed over this, and I would consider that as an issue because पहले ज़माने में data चोरी आता था and then हम उसकी recovery में और उसकी protection में सारा time लगाते थे. But now because of the AI, the challenge is not exfiltration but infiltration. Cyber attackers actually go and modify the models, plague the model, जिसके अंदर हम मुख्तलिफ bias ऐड कर देते हैं जो किसी को नहीं पता लगता, जिसकी वजह से decisions खराब हो जाते हैं, and then it has an impact on a lot of things. There are other things as well. I'm just going to take one last thought on it. बहुत सारी और भी चीज़ें हैं जिस पे हम ये देखते हैं, लेकिन I think जो मैंने सीखी है इस पिछले 3 साल के अंदर learning from different AI platforms, हम उसको किस तरह से combat कर सकते हैं. So it's not about perimeter defense anymore. It's about resilience. इसका ये solution बनता है कि आप अपनी capacity बढ़ाएं. Instead of my KPI, how many times I've been attacked, it's a bad KPI now. How much time I have taken to recover from any attack. That is the key thing in the AI domain जो आजकल हमें देखनी पड़ेगी. That's my take on that.
Thank you, Mahat sir. अच्छा, अभी पिछले डिस्कशन में हमने सुना कि people were very gung-ho on adopting AI, और साथ साथ ये बात भी हुई कि हम यकीनन क्लाउड पे हमें जाना पड़ेगा to adopt AI, the GPUs and hyperscalers. Not every organization can afford to have them. But recently, इस साल के आगाज से हम देख रहे हैं कि region में data centers are being targeted, and data centers and cloud have become a strategic target as well as a strategic asset. So has the cybersecurity challenges actually changed, Jawad?
I think very prudent question of yours. ये वाला जो factor था, actually no one marked to that. We have to have a data sovereignty. We have to engage hyperscalers to run in Pakistan. I think we have to run with parallel with all the operators we have. I think cybersecurity is a no-brainer. We have to adopt. अभी morning में भी बात हो रही थी कि on-prem या off-prem on the cloud, but this is no-brainer. We have to adopt cloud. We have to be in a hybrid mode. We have to see sort of so data sovereignty इस पे तो सी भी बात अभी करेगा. So I think it's going to be challenged for all of us in coming days. But if जो डिसीजन मेकर्स हैं जो सोच रहे हैं आई थिंक जितना जल्दी चीज़ों को हम अडैप्ट कर लेंगे आई थिंक वी ऑन द राइट ट्रैक.
थैंक यू. सो आपने डेटा सॉवरेनिटी की बात की. सो इट्स टिल नाउ इट्स ऑल अबाउट डेटा. सो फहद, if we can, you can expand upon what does critical data actually mean in this context कि जब हम उसे क्लाउड पे होस्ट करने की बात करें.
Hello, thank you. It's a very important question कि data की criticality, but I would say data चाहे वो cloud पे हो, on-prem हो, AI के लिए use करें, data is data. जो भी आपका organization का data है, वो आपका जो traditional way है, you will classify it the way you used to do it, और उसके हिसाब से then you see कि आपको वो कहाँ cloud के workload पे रखना है कि नहीं रखना. And then there are different models of cloud as well, public, private, hybrid. So based on that, आप अपने data का selection करें, and I would still say कि जो traditional way of classifying your data है, उसको नहीं छोड़ दें कि because AI और cloud आपका cloud आ गया. So based on which कि आपके लिए क्या important है, क्या data है that will impact the business operations. So since all of us are from the financial sector, but दूसरे sector के भी लोग हो सकते हैं, तो उनके लिए क्या data है जो if it's leaked out या वो in public आ जाता है, so that can impact their reputation, their business overall. So based on which you will identify your sensitive piece or your critical data.
Okay, thank you. तो यानी हम ये कह सकते हैं कि it's not only customers personally identifiable information, but AI models, payment systems,
it can be anything.
Operational telemetry, it has also become critical.
So it can be your like. हम लोग generally जो बात करते हैं तो that's more related to PI data, but it's not only the PI data, it's other data as well, which is important to you. Your configuration files, your APKs, and all others, which can impact your business. So you have to classify and see. और data की भी ना एक stages होते हैं. For example, हम जब exam देते हैं, तो exam पहले जो paper that is highly
नहीं करना चाहिए. Should we have we found or categorized any data?
जी, मतलब डाटा को हम 3 कैटेगरीज में स्प्लिट कर सकते हैं. सो पहला टीयर 1 जिसके अंदर नेशनल आइडेंटिटी सर्विसेज हैं, जैसे आपका कोर बैंकिंग का डाटा है, पावर का डाटा है, लॉ इन्फोर्समेंट एजेंसीज का डाटा है. आई थिंक दिस इज आई थिंक इट्स अ फुल स्टॉप. इट शुड बी in Pakistan, and I think State Bank and PTA already has regulation for this. Tier 2 में I will say your health data, आपका tax related data, it can be managed outside, but better based on the risk assessment commercials, it's better I think always that we have it in Pakistan in our control. Tier 3 पे e-commerce जो हमारा usual business है, Draz और इस type के जितने हमारे e-commerce platform है, I think that we can keep it open for different businesses, how they plan it. It can be commercially on the global clouds, it can be local. Although I think we have seen in the recent wave of geopolitical issues, so some businesses, including financial sector, has suffered because of attacks on the Gulf, especially Bahrain. So I think it's better that we have it, but I think we should keep it open for the businesses to thrive, so we can choose it. But I think the first one is very important. It should be not only on the land of Pakistan, but it should also be controlled by Pakistan. So there are examples. So we were talking to a big hyperscaler in Sky 47 to set up their cloud in Pakistan on Sky 47. On that, the challenge was the control they have. So they can shut it down on the days of 7 days notice. So even that kill switch exists if data physically reside in the country.
In the country.
So we should have it reside in a country and it should be in our control. So that I think makes sense, especially for the tier 1. Tier 2 is risk-based, tier 3 I think should be open.
So you're adding another layer to sovereignty, not just the data, but its control as well. So
yes.
So साल के आगाज से जो हम रीजन में कॉन्फ्लिक्ट देख रहे हैं, I personally experienced जो मेरा EMI था, it got disrupted for several days because they had hosted their data somewhere in the region. So Ahmed Sahab, हम hybrid cloud could be one solution. So if many organizations have tried to adopt that, doing that, what could be the security challenges that organizations could face?
Okay. Actually, जो सबसे बड़ा challenge है जो CTOs और CIOs experience कर रहे हैं financial industry में, that is IT infrastructure is not ready to handle AI workloads.
Yeah.
And business is coming with multiple AI cases. और उसमें the only approach that fits in our scenario is to go for the hybrid cloud strategy. अच्छा, अब जब हम hybrid cloud strategy पे जाते हैं तो बहुत सारे security challenges हैं जो हमें face करने पड़ते हैं. For example, अगर हम देखें banks का जो IT infrastructure है, that is traditionally designed for the concept of centralization. Like if I give you an example of HBL Bank, they have 5,000 plus branches, and all the branches they are connected to the data center, and every application is hosted at that data center. Now, if you go to the cloud, especially on the public cloud, you have to give direct internet access to the branches, because if you backhaul all the traffic to the data center and from data center to the internet, so it will have serious performance issues. So once you open direct internet access on the branch level, the threat surface will be increased. So this is the first biggest challenge when you go for the hybrid approach, because you have opened multiple loopholes on your entire infrastructure.
Exposure.
Yeah. And the second challenge is data confidentiality related challenge that you have to face, because you have to control how the data will be transferred from your data center, from your cloud, private cloud, to the public cloud. You have to control that data flow as well. And also you have to ensure how you manage encryption keys over the public cloud. So this is the second biggest challenge that you have to face when you go for the hybrid cloud strategy. And the third challenge is related to security visibility. Because when you extend your infrastructure from your data center to the cloud provider data center, you will lose the security visibility. So you have to implement security controls in a way that all your on-prem security controls will be integrated on the security controls on the cloud. So the biggest challenge we were facing previously to integrate the security controls within our data center, but now the challenge is even bigger. We have to integrate our security controls that is on-prem as well as the security controls that are on the cloud. And the fourth biggest challenge is related to identity and access management. Because when you go for the cloud, perimeter security will be removed totally. So your identity will become your perimeter, security parameter. So you have to work on a centralized identity management and access control solution that actually provide the same level of access, same level of policies on-prem as well as on the cloud. So if I just summarize this, in my point of view, real challenge is not to secure the cloud itself. The real challenge is to maintain the consistency of security policies, governance, resilience, and reliability. That is the more important thing.
Thank you. You summed it up. तो एक बड़ा प्लेयर क्लाउड के लैंडस्केप में वो OEMs हैं. I mean, the Azure, the AWS, the Google. और
अहमद को ना सिक्योरिटी में आ जाना चाहिए. We need that.
Ahmed, you are welcome to the security fraternity. Okay. तो अभी recently मैं अगर उन countries की मिसाल दे रहा हूँ जहाँ OEMs belong नहीं करते, third world countries में. पिछले साल के अंदर इंडोनेशिया, Brazil and India, they have implemented stricter regulations on public cloud providers and cloud service providers. In fact, in one of the countries, one of the telcos was stopped from adopting Google Cloud because it involved customers' data. So ज़ीशान, अगर मैं ये पूछूं कि क्या डेटा सॉवरेनिटी काफ़ी है या इज देयर समथिंग मोर टू व्हाट वी कॉल अ सॉवरेन क्लाउड?
Thank you, Ali. Am I audible?
Yes, I can hear. We
Okay.
can hear.
So, for me, what does sovereignty means? That is more than data residency. Like just keeping the data inside the country, yeah, that is called sovereignty. But who has access to that data? Who can manage the infrastructure? Who can is storing the encryption keys? And what type of laws applicable to that data? So as a CISO, we have to look on the operational controls as well, that if that data is being compromised or that critical service is not available, so how can we survive? How can we sustain? How can we continue our banking services or our organizations? So to me, sovereignty means to know who has control the access, who owns it, and like that is more than where the data is storing, but it is about who has access or who has control that data.
Where does the control lie? Not just the data, not just where the data resides. And so, Mahir, if I ask कि अगर कोई कंट्रोल पैनल अगर किसी क्लाउड का मुल्क से बाहर है, किसी jurisdiction से बाहर है, and naturally they have to follow certain jurisdictions and their legal regulations. What challenges does it invoke, and how can we make sure that the OEM actually gives us a transparent view of whatever is happening on the cloud?
So unfortunately, थोड़ा सा complex scenario है. And जब हम लोग hyperscalers की बात करते हैं, like Google or Azure, Microsoft, and AWS, so unfortunately we don't really have too much control over those organizations. So you have to sort of decide which direction to take. From a cost efficiency, a convenience point of view, the hyperscalers will offer you the most convenience, the best service, the best pricing because of their scale. But unfortunately, because of security requirements, you might not be able to adopt.
It's a trade-off. It's a hard trade-off.
It's a hard trade-off. It's a slightly difficult one as well, because it's also very convenient, right? Especially for the IT teams to adopt ready-made services. So you have to obviously, we talked about segregating and classifying data. You have to decide which data goes where, and then of course those controls. So when the control plane is with the hyperscaler organization, unfortunately, you don't have much control. And we've seen these examples, especially we had a very large organization, the ICC, International Criminal Court. Their very senior official got sanctioned, and their Microsoft account was stopped, and they had to adopt Proton Mail, and then they had to eventually, Germany and the Dutch government, they started going towards open source, and they started going away from Microsoft because they did not have the control. So, it is a slightly difficult situation. Of course, for private organizations, for smaller organizations, this might not be too much of a risk. But for larger organizations, especially those are part of critical infrastructure, this decision really has to be taken. There is convenience, but you lose control. So you have to then eventually, if you have a local data center, local providers, they might not have the level of service that those hyperscalers offer. So you then have to set up those controls yourself, rent the storage, rent the compute, but then build the security controls. The identity, encryption, keys, all of that then stays in your control. Inconvenient, but definitely more in control.
Okay, so one buzzer has gone already. So yes, please go ahead.
One piece in a puzzle is missing. That is data protection bill. जिस पे आपने तमाम डिस्कशन बेस की है, चाहे वो सॉवरेन हो, चाहे जैसा भी डेटा के साथ आपने काम करना है, the answer lies with Islamabad and Pindi. तो जब तक चीज़ें वहाँ से ड्राइव नहीं होती तब तक ये आप मतलब I'm part of different avenues as well. जब तक इस चीज़ को डिक्टेट प्रॉपरली नहीं किया जाएगा, चाहे आप जिस तरह की मर्जी डिस्कशन कर लें, आपको क्लाउड चाहे इंटरनेशनल क्लाउड है, दैट्स योर अगेन एपिटाइट विद योर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कि आपने किस तरह से अपने डेटा के साथ ट्रीट करना है. द थिंग इज जैसी चीज़ें एड्रेस हो जाएंगी प्रॉपरली तो एवरीथिंग वुड बी क्लियर कि आपको डेटा सोवरेनिटी बात बहुत अच्छी है, बट आर बी रेडी फॉर हमारे जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, हमारी जो एनर्जी नीड्स हैं, क्या वो उस चीज़ को इतना बड़ा कर सकती हैं जहां आपको वी नो हमारे फैक्टर्स क्या हैं. क्या आइदर जो माहिर भी बात कर रहे थे कि जो बड़े प्लेयर्स हैं ये पाकिस्तान आना भी चाहेंगे फॉर दैट रीज़न, तो आई थिंक देयर आर मेनी क्वेश्चन मार्क्स टू इट, बट गुड पॉइंट इज वी आर थिंकिंग एंड वी आर परसुइंग ताकि चीज़ों को और तरीके से देखा जा सके और बेहतर तरीके से.
And this discussion is part of that we analyze the situation. So, and I think in future, the AI and their models will become a strategic asset as well, like energy in future. What do you say?
Just like to add one thing, and उसमें I think one of the talks कुछ साल पहले मैंने एक बात कही थी कि the decisions have to be invented from the top. Sovereignty is a very good thing, लेकिन हम जितने भी international clouds के ऊपर जाते हैं, I don't know how many people have read US Cloud Act. उसकी जो implications आती हैं, whether it's my critical data, non-critical data, mission critical, whatever you want to call it, I don't have any control on that. So yes, ideally speaking, we should have something on-prem. On-prem से मेरी मुराद है local cloud हो पाकिस्तान के अंदर, but at the same time, कंट्री लेवल की पॉलिसीज़ डेफिनेटली होनी चाहिए कि नहीं हम किस तरह से इनको ऑपरेट करेंगे. बिकॉज अगर कोई क्लाउड सर्विस प्रोवाइडर आता भी है, वो किस पॉलिसी के तहत ऑपरेट कर रहा होगा. I mean, what sort of restrictions, what sort of facilities or rights everyone has. So I am a customer. I want to place my assets onto this cloud, जो पाकिस्तान में ही exist करता है physically भी. All the power consumption and everything, network requirements वो पूरी कर रहे हैं. What are their rights? What are my rights? What are their obligations? My obligations? ये बहुत clear होना चाहिए. Should not be left on to just one SLA or a contract.
Yes.
उससे
So
beyond
we cannot blindly trust any OEM. We should read the fine print.
That's true.
And the details where all devil always lies. So before we wrap it up, one last question, Ahmed sir, ji.
Okay, I would like to add for FSI sector, decisions would be made in Karachi, not in Islamabad. So, yeah. So State Bank already have a cloud framework which clearly advise banks that they can use material information within the private cloud within Pakistan. So cloud adoption, State Bank is very open about the cloud adoption. State Bank knows that digitalization is not possible without cloud. So whatever the cloud infrastructure we have right now, just like Sky 47 has recently launched their data center, NTC has their own data center. So many other data center service providers are there. So regulation are open. We can have a material information on the private clouds within the domestic level. We can have that. The other part on the public cloud end, if you go through the US cloud security framework, recently big players, Microsoft and others, they went to US government and they said that US Cloud Act says that any agency can take the data, customer data, but there is a concept of bring your own keys. So if you implement bring your own keys, you have your own encryption keys, then the cloud service provider just refuse to the agencies that they cannot bring that data because the customer is having bring your own keys. That is the concept they have just recently adopted, and most of the customer in US, which are hosted on US cloud provider, they are actually demanding bring your own keys, encryption keys concept. So that is I would like to add.
Okay, to wrap it up, beginning with you, Mahir, and this is a question for every panelist. So if you could recommend one policy change, one governance change, or a technology investment which could help cloud adopting organizations more operationally resilient to geopolitical disruption, what would that be? Mahir?
That's a very difficult question.
So you can choose any of it, yeah.
I don't think there's one technology decision, but there's definitely a governance or a risk decision, which would definitely be to...
Being your own keys could be one. No.
Yeah, but the first would be to identify the layers of data, or maybe tier the data. So you can take a decision on where do you want to keep what. I think that's fundamental. Uske baad hi everything else will follow. So I would definitely say that that's definitely the first step to doing this. Yeah.
Like for the policy, I think there's some clauses regarding exit strategy and residence that should be covered. And for the technology investment, I think some investment on the identity security and the visibility, because if we have our information residing on the cloud, we should have that visibility.
Should have that visibility.
Okay, and for the governance point of view, testing, कि हम अगर कुछ होता है तो कहाँ खड़े हैं, रिकवरी कर सकते हैं, नहीं कर सकते हैं. I think these are the 3 areas.
I just wanted to add a little bit on this. जिस तरह जवाद ने कवर किया और माहिर ने, so I think it's governance. बट गवर्नेंस के अंदर एक ही चीज़ इंपॉर्टेंट हमें देखनी है कि यूएस के जो हाइपर स्केलर्स हैं वो जहाँ पे हैं, ये 20 साल पहले जर्नी स्टार्ट हुआ था. सो वी हैव टू स्टार्ट समवेयर. Eventually sovereignty is becoming more and more important. जिस तरह मार साहब ने कहा कि US Cloud Act का रेफरेंस दिया, so even if it is on the land, they have the control, they can take it. Yes, bring your own keys will help, but regulation is there. You are technically limiting them, but I doubt कि सिर्फ bring your own keys से मसला हल होगा once you have administrative controls, administrative hooks there. So I think it's a battle between the organizations and the law enforcement agencies. So I think ये बहुत important है और ये journey has to start somewhere. I think we have started the journey. There are a couple of players, but I think एक अच्छी policy जो कि customers को, service providers को और government को जो relevant stakeholders हैं, they should sit together and make this journey good for Pakistan. So eventually, so that it can happen eventually.
मैं गवर्नेंस और पॉलिसी रिलेटेड क्योंकि बहुत बात हो गई, मेरा एक रिकमेंडेशन और सजेशन है टू द लोकल सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स लाइक स्काई 47. जनरली मेरा परसेप्शन है कि हमें ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सर्विस देते हैं होस्टिंग की वजह से, एंड वे जिसके लिए हमें ऑफशोर जाना पड़ता है, दैट इज सॉफ्टवेयर एज सर्विस एंड प्लेटफॉर्म एज सर्विस. तो अगर ये सर्विसेज यहाँ मिलना स्टार्ट हो, सो आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट कि ये ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा फोकस सॉफ्टवेयर सर्विस, प्लेटफॉर्म सर्विस की तरफ भी है. That would be
one technology investment.
Yeah.
Ahmed bhai. Okay. Jawad. Okay. Sir, you want to add anything? Thank you. It was a riveting discussion, and I hope I got enlightened in this. Thanks to you for joining me on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त पिक्चर हो रही है यहाँ सामने, so I'm just waiting कि ये पिक्चर हो जाए. Thank you, our respected moderator and all the panelists for a wonderful discussion you had on the topic. And I would like to welcome a very senior leader, I would say, in the space of cybersecurity. हर किसी के दिल के अजीज हैं, and a mentor to many, Sayyid Abdul Qadir. Please give him a big round of applause to him for his welcome. And now, quickly moving on towards another session on Security Operations Center and the challenge of improving productivity while dealing with increasingly sophisticated threats. Our next session is titled Unlock 5x SOC Productivity with Behavioral Analytics and Agent-Driven TDIR. Please welcome Mr. Mohammad Sukar, Logarithm Exabeam. He's the Enterprise Sales Engineer. Please welcome Mr. Sukar on the stage. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Am I audible? You can hear me, right? Okay. So, assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for attending. This is my first time to Pakistan, so I'm super excited and proud to be here with you. So, thank you so much. My name is Mohammad Sokar. I'm the Enterprise Sales Engineer with Exabeam. I will even quickly go through the overview of our offering as a company and how we makes it much easier for the analyst through a unified platform to detect faster and respond faster to disrupt the kill chain and reduce the impact in your environment. Excuse me, it's not working. It's not working. Excuse me for that. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. So basically, I want to start by giving you a quick overview of our portfolio. So basically, we are specialized in the security operation as a company. You might see two logos, Logarithm and Exabeam. The two companies has merged since 2 years ago, and the goal behind the merge is to unify or to merge two leaders in the security operation platform. Logarithm was started back in 2003 as an on-prem security operation platform, while Exabeam, when it started, they focused from the cloud native operation, so it's SaaS-based. So we have the whole offering. So we have the on-prem security operation platform, which is Logarithm, and it can be deployed, by the way, completely in an air-gapped network. So completely off the grid. If you don't have access to the internet, it can be fully operational and it can be updated manually. So, and the other end, the new scale is our SaaS-based cloud-native security operation platform. And in the middle, after the merge, we came up with the hybrid model, which is the new scale analytics for someone who's having like a SIEM solution on-prem and want to augment his capabilities with AI and machine learning-based UEBA functionalities and AI detection. Yeah, so what we are offering with our Logarithm security operation platform and what differentiates us from the other key players in the market is that we don't believe in siloed approach of getting like different tools. The analyst will be distracted, will need to have this swivel chair analysis between different products. So we offering him or her a unified threat detection and response platform, meaning that everything that the analyst needs to detect, to investigate, and to find the right anomaly or the actual malicious activity happening in the environment until he can even respond to that and can disrupt the kill chain and do impact. So we are offering at the core of our unified platform is the next generation SIEM solution. Focusing on the use cases. We have a lot of use cases. I will talk about that in a minute. Also, on top of the SIEM, we have embedded functionality of the UEBA, which is the user and entity behavior analytics, focusing on the insider threats and how we can baseline the behavior of the users and the assets, which is very important because any anomaly in like the authentication pattern for a user and so on can be detected right away and can be getting alarm from logarithm, okay? Because nowadays, most of the attacks coming from the insider side, okay? From like an employee, distracted employee, or from a threat actor that leverage like a credential leak and act as an internal employee to do the damage, and you, using the traditional method, you tend to have this detection later on, after the damage has done. So what we provide here is early detection to make sure to have the actual or the appropriate response in the fast way as well. Talking about the response, we, in the same platform, we have embedded SOAR functionality, meaning that it doesn't stop at detecting or investigation of the anomaly or the malicious attack, but you can, through the same platform, take an action, for example, adding an IP on a firewall or isolating a machine from the network and so on, all from the SOAR capability for logarithm, okay? Which include, by the way, embedded case management. The case management, the goal of it is to streamline the analyst workflow, okay? So on top of that, we have host monitoring capabilities, including if I have like crown jewels, I have very critical servers in my environment, I might not be, might be enough to collect the OS level logs, okay? I need more in-depth visibility on those sites, so on those servers. So basically, we have a file integrity monitoring embedded into the platform, so you can like define a policy on like the sensitive files. Whenever someone accesses these files or modifies these files or renames these files, you can generate this enrich logs and get back to and correlate it with the other logs coming from other platforms. And of course, we collect from different platforms. So we collect from the application, databases, security devices, and network devices as well. So embedded into the same platform, we have the network net flow monitoring. You can collect net flow, JFlow, SFlow to enhance the detection context for the analyst. So he can have complete visibility on the host level, on the network level, and from all the firewalls and EDR and other systems coming to logarithm, okay? Also, it's very good to highlight that the threat intelligence is very important to enrich the detection. So we have threat intelligence service, which allows you to ingest threat feeds or IOCs from open source threat feeds as well as commercial based. So even if you have like a subscription for a threat feed from a vendor for threat feeds, you can get that into a logarithm to enrich the detection, and embedded into the same platform and the same license, we have geolocation mapping feeds. These are threat intelligence feeds that we have embedded into the platform. So to recap, all of these capabilities that we talked briefly is inside one unified threat security operation platform, okay, and in a unified license. So what we have is a unified license program where you can get all these functionality and without any limitation. So for example, the UEBA doesn't have any limitation on the number of users of the organization. And the SOAR, for example, you don't have any limitation on the number of analysts or the number of playbooks or number of actions that you can take, okay? All while maintaining your operations. So our license is quite different, and that differentiates us in a good way with the competition, because our license is based on the average traffic or the average consumption. So why we do that? Because we know that every environment and every customer is different. So you have like off-peak and peak hours and rush hours and so on, and you have like days off. So the rate of the log ingestions is not the same, and it's highly unlikely that every log source in your environment will reach its peak simultaneously. Okay, so we have our estimation for the license based on the average, and we architect our solution, our virtual machine or the hardware required based on the maximum. So even if you, for example, have this kind of spikes and like exceed your license, you won't have any issue from the operational and security and compliance level. So on top of that, we of course we have our professional service team do the deployment to be able to ensure it has been as per the best practice. And then it doesn't stop with that. With the deployment, we have a lot of services that we can help you with securing your environment and reach a maturity for your SOC. Okay, so we have a co-pilot and technical account manager. You can have like weekly meetings with one of our SOC experts that can guide your team and find out what kind of gaps in coverage and use cases coverage that you might have, and address that with you. Okay, as well as the training. So we have the unified license for the technology itself, and we have even enterprise training license, which is not limited by the number of seats, but rather to be able to enable everyone in your team. And if you have like rotation or something leaves the organization and someone join, he can enable himself on the platform because you have unlimited access to the Exabeam Academy. Sorry? No way, it's 15 minutes. Yeah, okay. So, we provide that with no limitation to the number of seats and the number of retakes or official certifications included into this license. So in Logarithm, what we focus on is the time to value. So we're starting from the collection, we are like the market leader in the number of out-of-the-box integrations that we have with different systems, like applications, databases, cloud, even cloud applications, as well as security and network devices. And for the SOAR part, which is the automation, we have hundreds of integration with different technologies, so you can take action to disrupt the attack. In terms of the use cases, this is like the content, the main content of the solution. We have an advanced intelligence engine, AI engine, that very powerful correlation engine. So the use cases, we have more than 1,000 security-focused use cases categorized across different modules, like the core threats, the financial fraud, the retail business use cases, as well as a completely dedicated module for the MITRE attack mapping, for example, okay? And the others for the network and for the user and anti-behavior analytics as well, okay? You can, of course, clone these templates and fine-tune or create your own use cases very easily using a GUI-based solution rather than the need of learning a query language and so on. Another very important part I want to highlight here is, sorry, something up with the timer. Something up with the timer, it's not 15, yeah. So, the ease of use is what differentiates our platform. So the goal here is to give the analyst a unified platform, and it's very easy to use to focus more on the target, on protecting the organization, rather than like learning a query language and proprietary language that he won't use to get data from the platform. So for example, if you do a simple search or a thread hunting query, you tend to do something like that. You have to learn something like that, okay? In Logarithm, You don't have to do anything of that. You just do the searching, even if it's a very advanced, complex search. You do it this way with a wizard, a GUI wizard, and you can, of course, save your searches for the future and share it with your team and so on. And also for the query, you need it in other platforms in a traditional sense to be able to create a use case. So for example, here, when I want to discuss or to trigger an alarm for this simple case, I need to focus on the Windows security logs. I want to identify any account creation logs, followed by successful logging and then account deletion in a specific time, for example. This is a very simple use case, by the way. Okay, other cases may take like a very long query. So in this case, this is a very complex for the analyst team to make, or the admin team, as well as for if I want to detect the same use case, but for the Linux server, I need completely different query. Okay, so because this is based on the event codes for Windows and so on. So for one use case that I need to look for different systems, I need to create double the effort for the use cases. In Logarithm, you don't have anything of that. You just through a wizard-based rule creator, you can create rules or create a use cases based on rules. So you focus on the logic, what you need to reach, what you need to search for in your environment, and that's it. You define the logic, okay, and identify like the relation duration between all these matching logic, and then the AI engine will come up with, of course, the trigger based on the behavior in your environment. So it's very easy to use Logarithm, and it's one of our differentiators. From the compliance part, we have more than 26 nowadays different compliance. So, for example, PCI for banks, GDPR, HIPAA, ISO, of course, CIS benchmarks. All of that are embedded without any extra license, and it's not just a report you can generate. It's rather a complete package, meaning that you get live data on dashboards related to this compliance, you get reports, and you get use cases, okay, related to this specific compliance. And it's completely free, and it's updated in our knowledge base. Still 5 minutes. No, it's 15 minutes, guys. So 1 minute, please. 1 minute, please. So of course, in Logarithm, we care about the innovation because this is, like I mentioned, it's we are totally focused on the security operation platform. So all of our development and innovation comes to this specific area. So what we, like we mentioned a lot during even the panel and so on, the AI comes with risks and comes with opportunities. So we can leverage this AI in our favor as an analyst to speed or as a detection and the response. So what we came up with is Rhythm AI. So Rhythm AI is embedded into our platform and can help you with like you can interact with it, like ask it a question on how to remediate this, for example. It can give you a threat summary. It can assist because it's actually an agentic AI. So every agent like has its own function. So for example, it has the Rhythm AI assistance for assessment and detection. There is another agent that can help you with the building of the parser and so on. And it can, of course, like visually give you the context that it searched for. So, and the most important thing about the Rhythm AI is that it's completely on-prem. So the issue here, and this is, by the way, we are the only vendors that do that, because the issue with the AI tools is that you don't trust to give it context of your customer data and private data, because it has to be connected to the cloud. Even if the plugin is on-prem, it has to be to do a connection to the cloud. But in Rhythm AI, it can be completely offline and can not has access at all to the internet, because we built the LLMs and the pre-trained logic for that ourselves, and it can be updated manually as well. So this is a differentiator for us. Okay, so I don't have time for the demo, so I'm sorry for that. So another 1 minute. For the Rhythm X, we came up with another solution to very important part, which is the thread hunting. When your team do the thread hunting, they do it like manually. They came up with a hypothesis and they do the searching and queries and so on, okay? So, of course, you heard about Sigma rules, which help a lot of teams do this thread hunting, okay? But the issue is that every player in the market has to be converted manually. So you have to go to the YAML file for the Sigma rule, and you have to convert it to a query that your SIM will understand to be able to use it. And you have to do this manually for each and every rule, okay? What we have in Rhythm X is that we do this completely automated. So we download all the Sigma rules, like 4,000 use cases. 1 minute. So 4,000 use cases for the Sigma, mapped automatically with all your logs from Logarithm, and identify everything that you the thread hunting will identify in your environment. Okay, totally automatic, and it uses a machine learning to cut down the false positive. Okay, and use it machine learning algorithm for the UEBA as well. Okay, so yeah. Somehow I ran out of time, so thank you so much today for listening. And if you have any questions, please go to the booth 20 to discuss it. Thank you so much. Something was up. Thank you. Yeah. I need to.
Thank you, Sukar, for your presentation, and I apologize for making you run, because we're really strict on the time and the agenda. Anyways, now quickly moving on, artificial intelligence continues to transform how organizations gain visibility and insights from their security environments. Our next speaker will share insights on IBM Concert AI-driven insights. Please welcome Mr. Ataur Rab, Information Security Specialist, GBM Pakistan. Please welcome Mr. Ataur Rab on the stage and give him a big round of applause.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I know we all are a bit tired right now, but I'll try my level best to, level up the energy. So first of all, a very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Ataur Rab, and I'm an information security specialist at Gulf Business Machines, Pakistan. And let me just work with this remote first. It's not working, guys. From here? Okay. No, it's not. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we were here. So my name is Ataur Rab, and I'm an information security specialist at Gulf Business Machines, Pakistan. And today we will be talking about AI-driven insights from IBM Concert. So before we begin with it, I would like to initiate my topic by discussing the impact of artificial intelligence in our lives. If we delve into our lives, we'll find, countless examples of how we are using artificial intelligence. That is from drafting our emails to writing a source code that leads to the development of your softwares and applications. Artificial intelligence is there. But that is the positive aspect of it. What about the negative aspect of using artificial intelligence? And in the realm of cybersecurity and information security, this dark side of artificial intelligence comes in the form of increasing cyber threats, cyber risks, and cyber attacks. So, in order to further support my argument, I would like to tell you about Mythos Preview. Well, Mythos Preview is the current big thing in the artificial intelligence market, okay, guys? And it is especially concerning cybersecurity, and it is an unreleased AI model because it has the capability of detecting vulnerabilities across your environment in an efficient way. And here are some interesting facts that I would like to share with you all, okay? Recently, it has been able to detect around thousands of zero-day CVEs. That's a huge count. But you know what? The amount of CVEs that have been fixed so far is pretty less. If you guess a number, it's below 1%. That means in the upcoming time, it is gonna create a big and a massive backlog. So this backlog means that the threats are being detected at a faster rate, and traditional methods are not gonna be sufficient for you to mitigate them. In order to further explain this backlog to all of you, I would like you all to have a look at this graph. It's taken from a website called Zero Day Clock. It tells you about the mean time to exploit a vulnerability. So the trend follows from the year 2018 to the current year, that is 2026, guys. You know what? In 2018, when a vulnerability was actually published, it took the attackers around 2.3 years to actually, exploit it. Let's skip a few years and come back to 2020. The count went from 2.3 years to 1.3 years. Let's skip a few years ahead and come to, let's say, 2024. It went to 53 days. That means when a vulnerability was actually published, it was exploited within 53 days. Now, let's talk about 2026, where we are standing right now. That count has gone to a negative. Even before the vulnerability was even published, it had been compromised 13 hours prior to that. That's an alarming situation. But this is about the mean time to exploit. What's standing for us in the future is the real question. You know, in 2025 itself, around 50,000 CVEs had been reported. And that's quite surprising. But you know what else is quite surprising is in the upcoming 4 to 5 years, this count is going to reach from 50,000 to around 1,200 to 1,400K. Imagine what's going to happen with us if you're going to be inundated with so many vulnerabilities. Till now, I've been talking about the count of vulnerabilities, but one more thing I want to add is the perspective of finding vulnerability has also changed. How is this for a headline? That Mythos was able to detect a 27-year-old vulnerability in an OpenBSD environment and a 16-year-old vulnerability in FFmpeg environment. These environments must have been heavily scrutinized over the years, but still, these are pretty small flaws. Just look at them, like integer overflow flaw, out of bounds write flaw. It's all about the perspective. And as I mentioned in my prior slide, only 1% has been fixed so far. So how can we deal with this situation is where IBM Concert jumps in. So IBM Concert is an AI-powered IT operation and risk management platform where it helps you to minimize your risk, prioritize your vulnerabilities, and automate remediation. Let's go with it. So when we talk about IBM Concert, this is how it works. First of all, it does not require you to remove anything from your solutions. It collects findings from your solutions, finds the vulnerabilities, prioritizes them, and then works in an automated way to provide you with the remediation. Now, how is Concert being backed up with AI is a real question. Well, Concert plays defense to Mythos offense. Because see, Mythos can generate exploits at a faster rate than a human team can actually fix them, and it's gonna make the organizations move to an automated AI, AI method of working to cater this situation. So this is where Concert comes in. It uses its artificial intelligence model to work with these raining sort of vulnerabilities. Now, these three boxes can be further summarized into two parts. That is, whatever is the output from Mythos becomes the input to IBM Concert, and it works accordingly to cater all these vulnerabilities in your environment. Now, why is Mythos supporting IBM, or what's the relation? It's recently because of their, it's been the IBM is part of a project known as Project Glasswing, and it is a project initiative taken by Anthropic back in April 2026, and it led a few tech partners to use its product Mythos, where it actually helps you find software flaws in your environment. Now, this is the how IBM Concert actually works. First step is it scans your entire environment, then it prioritizes it. Whatever has been found, whatever vulnerabilities are there in your system, it prioritizes them. Then it performs an analysis that, okay, what's going to be impacted if it's not fixed? Then it remediates it, and then you can validate it in your environment. This is the architecture. So everything that's on the left is your existing inventory of your assets, okay? Whatever is there in your assets is gonna scan all of the assets in your organization. Then it's gonna segregate it into three parts. The first one is your blast radius. Second one is prioritization. Third one is your remediation agent. So blast radius is something I'll be telling you in the upcoming slide. The second thing is prioritization. It tells you what needs to be solved first, and then remediation agent, how it can be solved. On the right are all the platforms supported by IBM Concert in terms of automated and your manual remediation. So this is the Picasso art of this tool. This is called the blast radius. This red dot that you guys are seeing over here is the vulnerability. And if it's not fixed, it tells you that what packages, what build artifacts, what applications, environments are going to be impacted. These environments consist of your testing and production, dev, and staging environments. And then it tells you what private and access points are going to be compromised. Now, this is an example of how it works. Let's say there's an OpenSSL CVE in your environment. It tells you, okay, your public payment application is at risk. Where is it, residing? It could be on your production, dev, test, or staging. Then it tells you whether this application is public or private facing. And it actually then prioritizes is regarding or in terms of your business exposure, because every organization has a different set of risks. Let's say there are 10 banks, so 10 banks are going to have different set of risks, not the same. This is this shows that Concert helps use in the SDLC journey, that is software development lifecycle. Before deployment, after deployment, before deployment, it tells you what are the problems in your codes, how can you remediate those issues. Once that code has been deployed, we shift to the right side. That is, what are the expiring certificates in your environment, operating system CVEs, middleware CVEs, database infrastructure, and etc. So it's your life partner in terms of fighting through the AI threats. So 60% of the organizations face breaches because of unpatched vulnerabilities. Around 47% of organizations, the thing is, they have not fixed their vulnerabilities because they're just 12 months old, okay? And the second thing is 84 of the companies have not fixed their vulnerabilities because they have not fixed a normal software update. So this is the prioritization matrix. It tells you about the scoring, and the decisions is not based on your scoring because of the reason every business has a different risk exposure. So if everything is 9.8, it's not going to give you the first priority. It can give you a 10th priority as well based on what's being exposed. So today's frontier AI model is your tomorrow's mid-tier AI model, and just a food for thought. If it's you versus AI, why not bring AI on your side? Thank you so much. This was Atara signing off. Thank you.
Thank you, Atasa, for the very comprehensive presentation. Moving on to another interesting segment for today, which is a face-to-face conversation. We now have a very special conversation featuring two experienced cybersecurity leaders. The threat landscape of 2030 may look very different from what we know today. So the question is, cybersecurity 2030, what will keep CISOs awake at night? Joining us, very special gentleman. The first one is, he has an experience of 25 years. He's a motivational YouTube speaker as well, and he has a silver award from YouTube. And last year he got the Lifetime Achievement Award as well. A very dear friend, a very humble person, Mr. Mehzad Sahar, Group Head, INFOSEC, Group CISO, AngloCorp, and another very nice gentleman, Mr. Arif Rahman, General Manager, Chief Information Security, HBL. Can we both have you on the stage for this interesting conversation?
Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible? Okay. So I have Mr. Arif from HPL, CISO HPL, and one of the reasoning why Arif is with us, you know the meaning of Arif. Arif means who knows maybe about future. And this talks what in 2030, what will be the future of cyber security? So that's why he has a lot of hidden secrets that he's gonna disclose part of this discussion. But before this discussion, I would like to tell you one story. The story is, थोड़ा सा उसको उर्दू में भी करेंगे कि मोहल्ले का एक लड़का है और पेरेंट्स उससे बहुत नाराज हैं क्योंकि वो रात को उठता है, मोहल्ले में निकलता है, दो चार घरों में झांकता है, चोरी चकारी करता है, एंड ही कम बैक्स. और जब उसकी शिकायत जाती है तो घर वाले कहते हैं कि हम इसकी तरबियत कर रहे हैं. So now I can relate this with what happened 2 weeks before, where OpenAI का AI agents घर से निकलता है, hugging face को जाके hug करता है, compromise करता है और वापस आके सो जाता है. And after 2 weeks, we come to know that it all happened because of an accidental out of control incident. जिसमें parents, which means OpenAI, is not owning such agent. So with this simple excuse, they are saying हमारे बस की बात नहीं है. We have made a jinn, और जिन जो है वो बोतल से निकल गया है. और फिर what happened? This jinn was attacking Hugging Face more than 17,000 and was able to compromise their critical data. And once they were trying to do any forensic analysis, you know, they tried to get help from Claude, and for some reason they refused, and they ended up actually using their own forensic tool based on AI. So अंदाजा करें, to detect what happened using an AI agent, you need also AI agent to investigate. So where is the human part? And we are talking about this incident in 2026. So imagine in 2030 what exactly is going to happen. And my friend said, okay, the topic is whether we are going to have sleepless night at CISO. So can I say, as a CISO, already we are having sleepless night. We are already having a big burden on our shoulder. And after this AI, I don't know what type of tadka is gonna, we are gonna carry. So Arif, what do you think? As I said, you are a Arif, so you know maybe better than me. So can you tell me about this issue in 2030?
I hope I had a crystal ball and I would be able to look at it and then predict the future. But I think, Mezza, thank you very much for the introduction, and Assalamu alaikum everyone. I think one thing is very, very obvious, and that is that whatever we had been doing in the past for many years, the way we have designed our controls, if we work diligently upon them in terms of implementing them within our organization, 3 or 4 years down the line, it may be that we may end up with an organization that may be less secure than we have today. So therefore, I personally believe that the way the technology is evolving as a whole, the society is evolving, the need for digitization and the interest and the ability to develop and market technology, the kind of velocity and the pace that is there, it makes this issue pretty challenging. As far as the AI is concerned, I think जैसे आपने बात किया एजेंट को कैसे काबू में रखें कि वो जो है वो करे जो कि उसको it is meant to do. I think one thing which हमने ये बात बिल्कुल देख ली कि वो जो बच्चा है वो capable बहुत है, और अगर वो somehow ऐसे लोगों के पास जाएगा कि जो कि उसको यूटिलाइज करेंगे और वो करेंगे, तो therefore we need to have stronger defenses. I think मेरा ख्याल है कि उसका जो मशीन का जो response है ना, the way the security monitoring, the way the testing was designed, it was pretty much human centric. That is how the controls were envisaged. That is how they have been put in place as well, and that's how it's working in larger set of the organizations. I think machine ka response machine hai. One of the presenters who presented some of the graphs earlier, it was amazing to see the velocity again of the breaches, the attacks, the way they are able to exploit the vulnerabilities. It's not something that human would be able to prevent. So I think एक तो सबसे बहुत important जो है machine है, इसका मतलब है सुबह से एक discussion हो रही है कि autonomous होना है नहीं होना, और होना है तो फिर क्या pros and cons होंगे, are we mature enough or not? I think that is the direction that is scheduled. This is how it's going to be.
Arif, ये बताएं, are you aware of one healthcare issue called schizophrenia?
Yeah.
इस mental health case issue में, the people start seeing like they might be seeing some jinn, they might be talking to some unseen forces, they believe that maybe the whole house is haunted, means a kind of very negative thinking. So what I believe in 2030, although it has been already started, the AI is going to declare the whole house is haunted, is compromised. Okay, so maybe, no matter we are going to put all possible efforts, eventually it is going to say, I see the negative part, because the level of expertise carried by hackers using AI is more than we as a CISO are carrying. Why? Because money, time, resources is not an issue for these hackers. They are highly motivated than us, right? So I used to say, if you go to Google, and if I say I need to go to Karsas, and Karsas for some reason is blocked, it will give me alternative immediately, isn't it? If I will go to second road, and for some reason if it is closed, again, without saying, bhai kya kar rahe ho, it will never say, it will never shout, and politely it will reroute me, isn't it? And eventually I will reach my home. So what I believe in 2030, whether we like or not, once that target is gonna be set, no matter all hurdles, all streets are closed, eventually AI will lead you toward their destiny. And that destiny could be, of course, go and compromise certain bank, organization, XYZ. And that is the bitter reality. And the funny part, or I will not say funny part, the scary part is there is no daunt, there is no frustration from like Google Map. It will immediately give you next option, go and exercise it, and get your target. And that is very, very, very scary part, because it is endless, tireless, and it is taking decisions. It is not even asking you, should I proceed or not, right? So that is going to happen, and I believe, Arif, you need to think about navigation under maybe banking industry. How do you see, happening in?
Yeah, I think again, we are living in a very insecure world, not only from cyberspace perspective, but also from the geopolitical situation as well, and the way the capability is being developed, and the way the states are actually regulating that capability as well. So, for example, Mythos, one of the models that was mentioned, why it's under preview, why it's restricted, why it's not available to the public. While there's a rationale behind it, but that reminds us that in many cases, such kind of capabilities then are limited to certain states and countries, who can then employ it for whatever benefits they have. And to that point, I think, one of the topic which is very important when it comes to 2030 is the quantum.
Yes.
It's a quantum. How we are going to deal with it? Will the corporates, the organizations, the banks would have the capability to counter quantum computing related challenges, or is it something that will be limited to such states as well? So, Mehzad, what's your view on the quantum piece?
Yeah, what I believe, Arif, gone are those days that we used to see the board of directors impressing them with the number of observations, 1,000 attacks, we have secured you, हम इस कश्ती को तूफान से लेकर आए हैं. So all these chit chat with the board of director, sorry to say, in 2030 is not be applicable. Why? Because now the number of incident, number of observations, especially backed by AI, is not an issue. You can create even millions of attacks now. I think the questions will come from board whether we can withstand this, whether we are resilient to such attacks or not. That is the most important part. So those typical slides, typical things, they are going to go off. And as Arif said, in quantum, is going to be more improved. So whatever is secure encrypted as of today is going to be no more encrypted in 2030. So whoever is ready for this pre-quantum scenarios and is trying to make their encryption more and more secure, they will survive. But unfortunately, who's not ready and waiting for such disaster, they will be having a lot of hustle and bustle. And of course, the CISO position is going to have a question mark, because the board will say, we have given you, millions of dollars to secure, and still if you have excuses where you have the option of fully automating the whole SOC, and you are only supposed to do a proper supervision, and still if these attacks are successfully happening, it will become a question mark. So it is going to be very tense exercise between AI and human, but I think the time will prove what exactly is going to happen. But take my word, you should have kind of tranquilizer, in your pillow, to take it and have no more sleepless night.
Yeah. I think the one of the remedy to that could be that we live in a country where at different levels, not just the organization level or at an individual level, we have controls and protections, but rather the entire ecosystem is developed as such that it does protect our data and our systems. And I think some of the steps that have been taken, Sky 47, there was discussion around it. It's a good step. Similarly, today, there was this discussion that, information security policy framework that has been approved by the cabinet. So that again is a good step. There was discussion about data privacy or data protection bill that's been there for approval. So, I think state has a bigger part to play, legislation and then enforcement and institutions and then taking the measures. I think, Mehzad, I feel that, at times we as a security professional, we face this challenge that, cyber security appears to be a very technical subject, which a lot of our colleagues and peers and whom we discuss, they are unable to understand. So when you make it a national agenda and you have to convince the power corridors, and you have to convince the policymakers. I'm sure it must be a even bigger challenge. So I think it's the entire InfoSec fraternity. They need to play a part not only inwardly when it comes to organizations, but also in terms of facilitating and strengthening the measures that can and should be taken at a state level.
Arif, tell me, have you met ever a sannyasi Baba?
No.
Come on, you are Arif and you should be very much well aware of sannyasi Baba, who's offering, I have one pill to cure all of your diseases. So whether it's diabetic or liver issue, whatever, the one tablet is enough, right? So unfortunately, we have seen like people nowadays, they are thinking about, not thinking, they are already implementing virtual organization with the help of agentic AI, where you will find the virtual CEO, virtual CMO, virtual CISO, virtual chief financial officer, and they will take decisions, and end of the day, वो सेठ साहब को बताएंगे कि we ended up making loss or profit. And of course, everyone is interested in the profit. My concern is with all this excitement, the AI safety is becoming more and more crucial. Why? Because you never know, suddenly the CHRO will start taking the job of Chief Strategy Officer. So some of the decisions, if he's taking on the behalf of others, that might be possible with some AI poisoning in the system, and you might be ended up. By the way, some people are smiling. They say in some organization, maybe the CHRO is the Chief Strategy Officer and vice versa. So still, practically there are many such examples. But if we go by book, what we'll see that in future, more safety is required so that your complete AI agentic organization should not taking such decisions which should create $1 million loss, and that might happen in minutes, if not in hours. So with this, I think the most important part is banking, manufacturing industry, all, yes, they should highly encourage automation, but keeping in mind the guardrails, the cyber security in mind, because we have a bad history. Once the internet was launched, no cyber security was realized. Until now, we are paying the cost of fixing it. Later on, OT cyber security came. Still, we are patching the PLC and such environment. And now, still, we were not yet stabilized, and we ended up getting what? AI. And again, AI came without any preparation for answering questions regarding cyber security. So इस जिन को कोशिश करते हैं, इस बोतल में बंद करते हैं, and see whether someone from your side can come, dare it and reopen. With this, thank you so much. I think we are the only people or team who ended up, we are a fully compliant team because we don't want to have any hurdle between your lunch and us. By the way, there is still one event, so does not mean you should, right now stand up. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
God
much
bless
for
you.
listening. Thank you, Armaji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mehzad Saab and Arif Rahman Saab. What a lovely session and lively session we had. Quickly moving on to another segment, another session. And our next session takes us into one of the most challenging and less visible areas of the cyber and threat landscape. The dark web continues to play a role in the trading of compromised credentials, stolen information, and cyber criminal activities. Our next speaker will explore Pakistan's exposure to this evolving threat environment in Government First, Mapping Pakistan's Dark Web Exposure. Please welcome virtually on Zoom Mr. Ali Muhammad, Solutions Engineer, MEA SOC Radar. And there's one more person. We have Sihan Etham, Sales Director, SOC Radar. Can we have you on the stage?
I am the worst guy here to speak. I'm coming from sales, so in a room full of technical people, I think I'm the least favorable guy here, but don't worry, I'm not going to pitch you anything. I just want to introduce my colleague Ali Mohammed, who will be sharing the trend landscape. We saved for the best. You will see actual leaks. You will see actual trend landscape regarding Pakistan. And hopefully, with all the technologies that we discussed, with all the insights that we discussed today, we will be remedied from them. Ali, over to you. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Am I audible? I believe yes, but I cannot see my screen share. Like, can you see my screen and hear me well? Yeah, so I think, yeah, okay. So you can see my screen and I can, okay, I'm audible. So I'm Ali Muhammad. I'm a solution engineer at StockRader, looking after Pakistan and Middle East and Africa as well. So the goal here in this presentation is to just show you like quick insights about Pakistan and the threat landscape, which threat actors are targeting Pakistan, ransomware groups, and some insights. So if you're looking now at the screen, you can see that around half of the attacks in Pakistan are targeting the government sector or the public sector. And almost one third of the ransomware attacks are coming from one threat actor, which is Blue Locker. Around 400 or more than 400 attacks have been stopped by the national security in Pakistan. And the thing is, most of us would look at the internal tools or the internal network, SIEM solutions, endpoints, vulnerabilities, incidents, but also you won't get an alarm if a threat actor is stealing your credentials on the dark web. No one is talking about your exposure to the internet and so on. So we'll cover some insights in this session. I'll try to make it as short as possible because I know that everyone is now rushing to the lunch. So now, if I want anyone here to remember one slide out of this presentation, it would be this one. So in a nutshell, if you're looking at 5 numbers that would summarize the whole year, as per our Pakistan threat landscape report, is that one, the public sector or the government sector is being highly targeted by threat actors, and most of the attacks are happening or targeting them. That doesn't mean that banks or telcos or oil and gas is not the threat actors kind of like cup of tea. But in the end, I would say, like, as per our insights, or as per our analysis, this is the observation that we got. So if you're looking at this, you can see that almost half of the attacks are targeting the government sector, and one third of the phishing attacks are targeting also the public or the national security slash government, whatever we call it. Second is sometimes the attackers do not need to attack you themselves. They can just steal your credentials and list it for sale on the dark web, and basically your data is the product, is the commodity. So you can also see like almost half of the dark web activities are revolved around the data breaches, leaked or compromised credentials, and so on. And the third point here, which is really, I would say, important, being like, I would say, navigating through an HTTPS website or a padlock does not necessarily mean that it's safe. So even threat actors can get certificates. They can host their website or their phishing websites in a encrypted channels or encrypted websites using encrypted protocols. So if you're still relying on the traditional way, when you scroll or navigate to a website and then you get that alarm from the web browser that this website is not really safe because it uses HTTP, I think it's legacy and it's not really the point anymore. And yet you can see like 95% of the phishing websites are using HTTPS. The fourth point here is espionage. Even though it represents a small portion of the dark web threats, yet it has, I would say, an impact, huge impact, because in the end, if you're looking at ransomware attacks, the threat actor would succeed if they can let you know that you have been compromised and now you have to pay for the ransom or negotiate for it and so on. But when we're talking about the Trojans or espionage attacks, they would succeed if you don't know that you have been compromised. And then the last point here is, even though ransomware is not a big portion of the attacks in Pakistan, but yet there is one major threat actor targeting Pakistan, which is Blue Locker. And if you're looking at the other section, I think we'll cover this in a separate slide. But if you're looking at the others, that means that you're not looking at one or two threat actors. In the end, you'll have a lot of ransomware groups targeting Pakistan, but maybe the ratio would vary. So jumping to the sectors that are being targeted in Pakistan, I'll try to make this quick. You can see on the screen, majority of the attacks are happening on the government sector, but others also are being targeted. If you're looking at the types of the attacks that are happening or categories of the attacks that are happening on the dark web, there is a misconception here. People think normally that dark web is a place where threat actors share ransomware or malwares or ransomware as a service. But if you're looking at the stats, the numbers are telling different stories. So most of the attacks on the dark web are basically info stealers or data breaches or data compromises, leak credentials, and so on. Now, if you're looking at the ransomware threats in Pakistan, as we already mentioned, that majority of the attacks are happening from one threat actor, which is with Blue Locker. And yet also you have the gentlemen, they have a good portion of the ransomware attacks in Pakistan. But when you're looking at others, that would tell you a fact here, because some groups because it's an ecosystem, right? Some groups would appear, some would disappear, rebrand, affiliate with other platforms or threat actors, generate new ransomware as service operations, and they enter the market and so on. So that doesn't mean, do not let the numbers deceive you. That doesn't mean that you have only one threat actor, and then if you block them or add their IUCs, their TTPs, then you're fine. Still, you have to understand the TTPs or the behaviors of other ransomware groups as well. Now, if you're looking at the phishing, still the government sector would still are being targeted the most, around 30% when you combine public administration and the national security and international affairs. You would have around 33% of the attacks are targeting them. And we have already mentioned that, so I'll skip the point of HTTP is not the main concern anymore, and HTTPS does not necessarily mean that you're browsing a safe channel. Now, I would cover this. I would like to cover this kind of attack, because now, if you're looking at this attack chain, in step number one, a threat actor will compromise your firewall, your publicly facing firewall or switch router, and so on, because of maybe a reused administrator credential or a weak credential being used on the firewall, or maybe a stolen credential on the dark web, and they just log into your firewall. Then they listen. They do not send malwares. They do not transfer malwares. They try to be hidden as much as they can. They listen to your traffic. They capture your logs, your network logs, and so on. And then they try, in step number 3, they try to steal credentials either through clear text channels or encrypted channels, and then eventually they sell it in an InfoStealer file on the dark web for $10 or $20 and so on. Now, how to stop such kind of attacks? This is my last slide. I would say, first you have to shrink your attack surface. You have to look into your endpoint telemetry, your vulnerabilities, the patching process, pen testing, and so on. Second, you have to stop credential phishing abuse by, let's say, implementing MFA, trying to educate your users to use complex passwords or implement a password complexity policy, password rotation policy. And third, always try to have backups. Use solutions like Talos or others to have a strong backup, a strong encryption. So in case if you're being targeted by ransomware, that will give you some odds that will be still protected. And the fourth step is basically understand what is exposed from your organization on the dark web or even the surface web and deep web. Who is impersonating you? Who is creating phishing websites, and try to take it down through SOCRader or others as well. And the last point here, which is the most important point here, is humans. So try to educate them, implement LMS solutions, phishing simulations, and try to educate them to use complex passwords, not click on phishing links, do not fall a victim for let's say, attractive or a very urgent request from the CFO and so on. And in that sense, I think you should be fine, or you'll have better odds of protecting yourself in that battle. So last point here is you can, I mean, 2 points, the backlog is not proof, and the absence of an alert is not either. So you can download our Pakistan threat landscape report from our website, or you can request our customized dark web report for each of you. In case if you have any questions, please go to our booth. You'll see Murad and Item, and they'll be more than happy to answer your questions. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that presentation. Okay, so now we just have 2 MOU signings and award distributions, the last 2 segments for today, and then we head towards the lunch. So first signing ceremony is, we are pleased to announce the signing ceremony, signing of the MOU between S2 Consulting Services and Sky 47, formalizing their partnership to accelerate the adoption of advanced cybersecurity solutions and strengthen the region's cyber defense landscape. May I invite Mr. Salman Popatia from S2 and Mr. Tausif Aslam from Sky 47, along with the stakeholders, to join us on stage for the signing ceremony. Please give them a big round of applause to Mr. Salman and Mr. Tausif from their respective companies. Salman. Oh, nice. Tausif.
और शब्द
Mr. Salman from S2 and Mr. Tausif from Sky 47. So there's another MOU signing, and we are proud to announce the signing ceremony between Comtel and Sky 47, marketing strategic partnership built first to a sovereign cloud security platform designed to keep your data within borders while meeting the highest standards of compliance and resilience. So can we have team Comtel also on the stage? Tausif Saab, you please stay back. Tausif Aslam from Sky 47. And thank you, Salman Saab, for your presence. Quickly moving on to the mementos distribution. Can we have Faisal Saab on the stage for the momentum distribution? Faisal Rahim, CEO, Total Communications. And can we have a big round of applause for him for this wonderful event we had today? Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, everyone, for the MOU signing. So its exclusive sponsor, Reuters and SERP. Can we have Mr. Faiz Ahmed, founder, Reuters, and co-founder, SERP, on the stage for the award? Please give him a big round of applause. And thank you once again for becoming the exclusive sponsor for this event. Another one, industry engagement partner, Cisco, Mr. Kashif Haq, country general manager. Can we have you on the stage? Mr. Kashif Haq from Cisco. And if he's not here, can we have someone else from Cisco? Going towards the gold sponsors. First one is Kaspersky. Mr. Anas Naseem, can we have you on the stage? And if not Mr. Anas, can we have someone else from Kaspersky? Fortinet, Mr. Mohammad Arsalan. Mr. Mohammad Arsalan from Fortinet. Mr. Tariq Otman from Thales. Mr. Tariq Otman from Thales. Mr. Ali Muhammad, SOC Radar. Do we have someone else from SOC Radar? Salman Saab from S2. Mr. Muhammad Isa or Mr. Muhammad Sukar from Exabeam. Mr. Umair Sheikh from Trend AI. Mr. Tariq Otman is here. From Thales. Mr. Umair Sheikh from Trend AI. Do we have Mr. Umair? Ms. Sadia Nazim from GBM IBM. Ms. Sadia Nazim. Mr. Faraz Rafiq, MBCom Technologies. Mr. Faraz Rafiq from Ambicom Technologies, Mr. Ashar Faisal Khan, Comtel, Mr. Ashar Faisal Khan from Comtel, Mirza Asrar Beg, CTM 360, do we have someone from Infotel to receive this memento? We have Mr. Essen from Infotel. And do we have someone from OneLink here? Any representative from OneLink? Can we have you on the stage, please, to receive the memento? He's from OneLink. OneLink. Also, we have Mr. Umer Sheikh from Trend AI. Moving on towards the silver sponsors. OctoX Labs. Do we have someone from OctoX Labs? Super Secure. Do we have someone from Super Secure? Complisec, Mr. Azam Mughal. Trillium, Mr. Mahir Mohsin Sheikh. Do we have any representative from these companies? They can come on the stage and receive the memento. Our lunch sponsor is Access Group. Can we have Mr. Ataul Haq from Access Group? So we have someone from Trillium as well. Please come on the stage, sir. And we have representative from SOC Radar and Exabeam as well. So please, one by one, if you can come on the stage. SOC Radar? Yeah. जितने लोग यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं उनसे मैं एक आखिरी दफ़ा रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि प्लीज़ अगर इफ़ यू कैन गिव देम अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज क्लैपिंग अगर हो जाए जाते जाते तो क्या ही बात है आई नो वी ऑल आर हंग्री एंड वी आर जस्ट हेडिंग टुवर्ड्स द लंच So can we have from Exabeam as well, please, on the stage? Yeah, please go ahead. And we have another very important T sponsor, Resecurity. Can we have someone from Resecurity? And yes, I can see a very stylish man, Mr. Zubair Elahi. He's a very dear friend. I will not take much of your time. Thank you very much. You have been a great audience. This is Mirza Asad Hussain signing off from INFOSEC 2026. Inshallah, see you next year. Please head toward the lunch. The lunch is at Zever Hall. Thank you very much.